Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First off, I want to thank everybody for being here today. And we've got an agenda, and it's sort of separated. First off, let me ask everybody, cut your cell phones off. I've got mine off, so that's a rarity.
There we go.
Thank y'all, ladies and gentlemen, for being here today. At this point, I'm going to turn this over to Chairman, Co-Chairman, and Chairman of Ways and Means, Brett Harrell, to let him do the introduction and purpose of meetings.
Well, thank you. Appreciate everyone joining us this afternoon as we kick off a series of meetings on the Special Committee on Economic Growth for our state. I'll talk in just a moment about our purpose, but as we begin, if I'm going to ask each of the committee members if you'd just identify yourself, what area of the state you're from, and just mention which of the committees you serve on, as it's evident to most that this special committee is made up of primarily members of Ways and Means, Economic Development, and Regulated Industries. So we'll start on my far right with Representative Gamble.
It's good to be with you all today. I'm Matthew Gamble from Cartersville, Georgia, House District 15, which is Bartow County, just about 45 minutes northwest from where we're at today. Look forward to learning a lot through this committee.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jenny Earhart. I represent Western Cobb County, District 36. I serve on Regulated Industries and Higher Ed committees, and I'm thrilled to be a part of this committee.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dale Washburn. I'm honored to be here and to serve on this committee. I am from Macon. I represent House District 141, and I'm on the Regulated Industries Committee, the Banks and Banking Committee, and the Higher Education Committee. And again, it's an honor to be here to serve. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Ron Stevens. I serve on I'm Chair of Economic Development and Tourism, serve on the Appropriations Committee, the Rules Committee, and the Ways and Means Committee, and I'm from Savannah. Thank you for being here.
I'm Al Williams, District 168. Savannah is a bedroom community of ours in Liberty County. I serve on economic. This is my chair, but glad he's so close to me. And I also serve on rules, appropriations, game fishing, parks, and a couple others that I just can't think of right now.
Good afternoon. I'm Jay Collins. I represent House District 68, which is the Temple and Villa Rica communities out in West Georgia. I serve on Regulated Industries, along with my good friend and fellow caucus member from the Undertaker Caucus, Rick Williams.
Thank you. I'm Rick Williams from District 145 down in Baldwin County, Putnam County, Lake Country of Georgia. Serve on Regulated Industry, Higher Education, Homeland Security, Public Safety, Intergovernmental Coordination, and Appropriations. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. I'm Brett Harrell. I serve as Chair of Ways and Means, and I represent a portion of Gwinnett County out in Snellville. And it's our honor to be part of this special committee today. Kind of give everyone an idea of what our purpose is going forward. And I want to remind everyone, we've got a great, strong, growing economy in Georgia. It's evident by being the #1 state for business a number of years running. It's evident by the fact that we've got historic low unemployment rates in Georgia, currently about 3.6%. Evident by historic high school graduation rates, passing 82% at the most recent time. So there's a wonderful economy, a wonderful foundation to build from in Georgia. But our Speaker, David Ralston, who appointed this special committee, is always looking forward, how we can have opportunities for growing in Georgia for all citizens of the state. And so I think his vision and his charge for this special committee is to consider the regulatory environment, the tax and incentive environment, as well as the economic development opportunities that would be available to our citizens by attracting new industries into the state of Georgia. We're looking for industries that will grow jobs, that'll make significant capital investments in our state and generate new revenue sources that will help us provide the services necessary for Georgia to continue to be a prosperous place for all our citizens to live. I think that's evident by the fact that Speaker Ralston chose Chairman Ron Stevens, the chairman of our Economic Development Committee, who's been involved in economic development issues across our state for many, many years, Chairman Alan Powell, who chairs our Regulated Industries Committee. So inviting new industries to the state, obviously we want to put together the right regulatory framework, and then to allow me to also serve from Ways and Means, because that tax structure and incentive structure is also going to be critical as we consider new industries going forward. And while we're kicking off these hearings in Atlanta this week, and we're going to be focusing on an industry this week that's been in the news for several years, the future of this committee will end up having primarily listening sessions in a number of communities around the state, and our focus will broaden to a number of other types of industries and growth opportunities in Georgia. For example, we've got a new industry on the coast at the Camden Spaceport that has some promise for capital investment and jobs and revenues for the state. So as we get out and about, we'll look at other industries such as that. But I'll also share that the committee's focus is not to debate issues on whether or not a particular industry ought to be welcomed into the state of Georgia, but rather what is that regulatory environment, what is the right tax and incentive environment, and what is the right combination of those two that will provide economic development opportunities in our state. And so we're going to compare both the impacts to existing businesses and the existing quality of life as we look at potential new revenue streams, new industries, new capital investment in the state of Georgia. So I think hopefully that kind of frames the idea of what we're going to try to do going forward. And again, kicking off here for a few days in Atlanta, but we'll be getting around the state, listening to our citizens, what other opportunities exist in their communities and for capital investment, job creation to continue to make Georgia prosper. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we've got one of our members that just came in. If you'd like to introduce yourself, just give me your number, your speaker down there.
15.
Shaw Blackman, I am representing District 146. How's that, Mr. Chairman?
Short and sweet. Ladies and gentlemen, I think Chairman Harrell gave a pretty good explanation of the purpose of this House Special Committee on Economic Development. And we've had several different subjects that we're going to deal with, some today and some this week and some probably at a later date. Primarily this week because of the discussions about gaming in the state of Georgia. This is, as you can see by the tenor areas, pretty well consumed because it's such a complicated issue. First and foremost, and I guess I can probably, as senior member and the last serving member of the legislature that was on the committee that instituted the lottery 8 years ago, somewhere in that neighborhood, I have a certain level of knowledge about this process. Before I move on, I see a couple of special members that just came in. We have the Dean of the House, Calvin Smyrie, and how great it is to have you up here, Calvin. If you'd like to come up here and sit up here, you'd be more than welcome to. And I also saw Senator Beach come in. Senator Beach is the Senate chair of their Committee on Gaming and Economic Development that's ongoing right now. They've been meeting during the summer. Welcome, Senator, and good to have you, and hopefully some of your colleagues will come and maybe pick up on some of this information. Because of the complexities of this, and first I've been guilty of telling my committee as well as other legislators, always remember legislators can't legalize gaming in the state of Georgia. The only way that can be done is by vote of the people. And our obligation and our duties as members are to ferret through this, to pick out the positives and the negatives, and to let the people of Georgia know. And if it goes forward, it'll be because of the wishes of the public to vote in the constitutional amendment as such. At that point, it's a multi-stage process. One is the constitutional amendment, and then the enabling legislation, and they usually work hand in hand. The public, to vote on an issue like this, they're going to have some kind of feel as to what would be the complexities to that. Where would the monies go? There's revenue that would come in two cycles, quite frankly, in my opinion, on gaming in Georgia. One would be, while the proceeds, taxes on the proceeds from gaming is one, but there's also a lot of other things that'll be looked at, and hopefully it'll come out during the course of these 3 days, and that's the general economic development. We're looking at sales taxes that would be magnified off of this, the hotel taxes and the revenue from that, food services, entertainment, and all of that. So this is certainly not just an issue about gaming per se. I tell people a lot of times that in talking to folks, a lot of people have the perception of Las Vegas. Well, in my personal opinion, I don't think you'll ever see a Las Vegas again. You're talking about 30-some-odd states across the country have various forms of gaming, raises revenue. And the thing that's probably more impressive to me on this issue is the fact that this is an industry that doesn't want tax incentives. They come in and they go into business and they do what they do. But this is all left up to the people of Georgia to make that final decision, and up to the members of the legislature to frame this issue so that the public knows what they're voting for and whether it would be to the positive or the negatives. That being said, I'm going to move to the next speaker. And I thought it was appropriate that we get the Director of Legislative Counsel, Mr. Rick Ruskell. Rick, if you'd come up. I'm aware a lot of times that a lot of the legislators don't fully understand the process of a constitutional amendment. Because quite honestly, I don't think that a lot of legislators have lived through the process of a constitutional amendment. So I've got Rick, and he's going to discuss the ins and outs and the history behind it and why the necessity to a constitutional amendment before we go into the speakers. Rick?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, people in the audience. Chairman Pell just indicated I am Rick Ruskell, the Legislative Counsel. Just an ad for my office. There's be a lot of issues that come up surrounding this committee, both on the tax, constitutional amendments, and various other things we may have to do to attract industry. So our office is open, willing, and able, and what we're here for is to help you guys navigate through these difficult issues. So please take advantage of us as you see need to, and we're certainly always available to answer questions. Chairman Powell asked me to go through a little bit about the whole process for constitutional amendments in the state of Georgia. And then I'm going to focus a little bit on the sports betting example of how that would fit into the laws of Georgia as they currently exist, and what would be, in our opinion, necessary to make that the law of Georgia. A lot of these issues could be applied to other types of gaming, and it's not just sports betting. We just chose to focus on that because this committee is going to be faced with decisions on how to move forward on different types of gaming in Georgia. So Constitutional Amendments 101. Here's the basics everybody needs to know as we go forward in this process. All legislation, as I hope everybody sitting up there on the committee understands, has to comport with the state and federal constitutions. That's kind of interesting. Certainly we could pass Georgia legislation that comports with the Georgia Constitution, but if it fails to pass muster with the federal Constitution, then the federal Constitution is supreme. That's called the Supremacy Clause, and I assume most of you are aware of it. There are times you will come to my office and ask for a bill doing such and such, and be able to point to something in Georgia that may allow that. But if it's in violation of the federal Constitution, we have to caution you on that as well. That's that point. Warning, Will Robinson. That's what you'll receive from my office, and that's one of our major functions. I see several distinguished members of this committee who have received these warnings. I shall not give out any names, but really, that's one of our main purposes in this building, is to let legislators know who have come up with which may be a fantastic idea. I mean, there are some great ideas that get bounced off of us now and again, but if it doesn't comport with the Constitution, we're gonna warn you. Usually in the form of an opinion letter. Now, a lot of you have opinions about opinion letters, but that is, once again, a function of our office to caution you and issue you an opinion letter. I'm not going to delve into the intricacies of what is often done with some of our opinion letters, but just let it know it is an official stance of our office that a lot of times what they say is, we can't say for sure, but you better be aware that there are some issues with this legislation as it's leaving our office, and don't be surprised if people challenge you on moving forward on the legislation. As you see, Article 10, Section 1, Paragraph 1 of the Georgia Constitution, this is about how we get a constitutional amendment done. To put a little context around this, if something is against the Constitution, do you have to just leave and sulk and say, we can't do this, they told me I can't do it, it's done? No, that's when we start the process of doing a constitutional amendment. A constitutional amendment supersedes all other laws of Georgia. Now, as we started out saying, it has to be in compliance with the federal Constitution. We cannot do a Georgia constitutional amendment that says the federal Constitution does not apply, for example. But we can change what's permissible and what's allowable in Georgia by amending the Constitution. So that's the process that we're focusing on today. It takes a 2/3 vote in both chambers for a constitutional amendment to move forward. So keep that in mind. You got to get your colleagues on both sides of the building here to agree by a 2/3 vote that they want a constitutional amendment to move forward. Even when that's done, then it needs to go to a statewide referendum. So even if both chambers here pass something by a 2/3 vote, it's not law and it's not part of the Constitution until the next even-numbered year, depending upon the year you pass it. It'll have to go to a statewide resolution and be approved by the voters of Georgia. Before we do that, and some of you have been through this process, I get involved in several members of the executive branch in writing summaries of these constitutional amendments that are publicized around the state. You guys have probably seen them. They're published in the county newspapers, and they set out an idea of what the constitutional amendment is trying to do, is try to inform the voters that we've got a constitutional amendment at the next election, and here's what you're being asked to decide. That's the part about the summary of it going to. One thing that's always a lot of interest around constitutional amendments is included in the legislation for the constitutional amendment, there will be a ballot question. We have gone round and round about a ballot question, but let me tell you what it has to be able to do. Here's what courts have said are the limitations on what a ballot question can do, and therefore what the legitimate type of ballot questions can be. It cannot be affirmatively misleading, and that's something I think every member of the committee should keep in mind. We can't be affirmatively misleading. So keep that in the back of your mind when we're trying to frame any ballot questions on there. Must adequately identify to the voter which of the several amendments it relates to. So if we were to have more than one constitutional amendment, which I never, ever would recommend, and I don't think we'll be doing that, you certainly have to know what question you're answering and what it relates to. So as you can see, the idea is to help educate the voter and let him know the question can't have all the nuances of any particular constitutional amendment, but it certainly has to be used to educate the voter in order to make an informed decision about what he or she is voting on. Chairman Powell sort of referred to this in his opening statement, that there are two types of constitutional amendments. There's a self-executing constitutional amendment, and then there's an enabling constitutional amendment. What we most often do because it's not desirable in most cases to put a whole statute or a whole bunch of minutia in the Constitution, but simply to have a constitutional amendment that, let's just say, allows sports betting in Georgia, and then to give the General Assembly the ability to go back and enact enabling legislation which sets out the details of what the sports betting in Georgia is going to look like. That's really preferable for a lot of different reasons. The most obvious one to me is as we set up a new system and then you guys come back the next year, and yes, this does happen, we've got some imperfections that we want to change, you don't have to go through the constitutional amendment procedure again. You can simply amend the statute. So what we would like to do, and most likely would do in this situation, is have a enabling amendment which allows the General Assembly to work on the details in regular general legislation. Yeah, just like I said, a self-executing is effective immediately, and it doesn't need any further explanation by a statute. It would become effective January 1st after the November election that said it was okay. An example of an enabling one, well, that's another example of executing. Enabling one, further action by the legislature is necessary, which we often do together. We'll often pass a constitutional amendment and at the same session have enabling legislation which will go into effect if the constitutional amendment is passed at the general election. Okay, so that in a nutshell is how we would go about passing a constitutional amendment were one required. 2/3 votes in both chambers, statewide referendum approved by a majority of the voters, and then having enabling legislation in place in order to implement whatever we have decided to allow by the constitutional amendment. Turning now to the second question of, does sports betting require a constitutional amendment? And we can use this as an example. You could change to casinos, various things in here, but this will give you a primer of what you guys are going to be looking at and deciding when you look at gambling in Georgia and whether or not we do need a constitutional amendment to put it in place. Article 1, Section 2, Paragraph 7. You guys, most of you probably can't read it. All lotteries and the use of and the sale of lottery tickets and all forms of pari-mutuel betting and casino gambling are hereby prohibited. So that's where we're starting with our Constitution as we move forward. That seems kind of simple, but just hang on a second. A nonprofit bingo game shall not be a lottery. These are all things in the Constitution. I want to make that clear. A nonprofit bingo game shall not be a lottery and shall be legal in this state. So there we go. People say, how do they do bingo then? Well, it's in the Constitution. Raffles by nonprofit organizations shall be lawful. How does my touchdown club do a raffle then? How do the high schools do a raffle? How is this? I'm just trying to foresee questions when people will come ask us, and I appreciate them asking, well, how do they do this if that's not gambling? Well, it's in the Constitution. The General Assembly may by law provide for the operation and this is in the Constitution too, and regulation of a lottery or lotteries by or on behalf of the state. Don't forget that last little phrase there, for educational purposes, okay? That's the Georgia lottery that Chairman Powell was talking about. That was in the constitutional amendment that was passed in order to enable the Georgia lottery to come to life. Here's an interesting little note, though. We've read through what's in the Constitution, but note that lottery, pari-mutuel betting, and casino gambling are not defined in the Constitution. That's either a good thing or a bad thing. It certainly gives us room maybe to wiggle around a little bit, but at the same time you can't get too far removed from common sense. But they are not defined in the Georgia Constitution. Is sports betting a lottery? This is something from OCGA. Lottery means any game of chance, including but not limited to instant tickets online gaming, and games using mechanical or electronic devices, but excluding pari-mutuel betting. We've seen that phrase, haven't we? Pari-mutuel betting and casino gambling as defined in this code section. What does that mean? Not sure. But that is in the code already. That's in the statute now. We've moved out of the Constitution and we're into the general law now. Excluding pari-mutuel betting, is that sports betting? I don't know. Let's look further. If sports betting qualifies as a lottery, and there, I think, are some arguments that might possibly made that sports betting is a lottery, then that's fine, except let's go back to what the Constitution said about lotteries, and the funds shall be used for educational purposes. If we're trying to call it a lottery, then we've already got a constitutional amendment that says, yeah, this is a lottery. We go to the lottery corporation and set up sports betting, and that money is used for education without another constitutional amendment to change those purposes. Is sports betting casino gambling? Remember, that's another one of the things that's prohibited in the Constitution. In the code, it says casino gambling means a location or business for the purpose of conducting illegal gambling activities, but excluding the sale and purchase of lottery tickets, which we put in for the lottery tickets, or shares as authorized by this chapter. It's in the lottery chapter. Well, that doesn't really clear it up too much for us, but that is out there, and it's something that we could amend. Gambling device means any contrivance which, for consideration, affords the player an opportunity to obtain money or other thing of value, the award of which is determined by chance, even though accompanied by some skill. Is that sports betting? I've heard the argument that it's more skill than chance because of all the knowledge you have to acquire in order to bet on sports, that you're supposedly an expert or certainly a fan of one team or another. Once again, this is in Title 16, the criminal code. So we would have to be very careful, obviously, that this would be amended as we move forward and are looking at sports gambling. We certainly don't want to set people up for a fall, do we? Is sports betting pari-mutuel betting? Okay, we have it defined in the code that pari-mutuel betting means a method or system of wagering on actual races involving horses. And here's interesting. It's involving horses or dogs at tracks, which involves the distributions of winning by pools. Sports betting, certainly, I mean, I guess you could bet on horses and at tracks and stuff, but in the traditional sense of betting on basketball, football, what have you, it certainly wouldn't involve that. But it does involve the distribution of winning by pools, right? You get a big pool together, and then you pay it out according to who won and who lost. Here we go again, which we fixed for the Georgia lottery. Such terms shall not mean traditional lottery games, which may involve the distribution of winnings by pools. So we had to go in there and get an exclusion for the lottery. Now, common sense says to me, more than legally, that sports betting most likely is pari-mutuel betting. But if you bring the lawyer out in me, this obviously says that pari-mutuel betting involves horses or dogs at tracks. So, question. I think in the broader sense, it is pari-mutuel betting, but not as defined by Georgia law. Black's Law Dictionary just calls it a mutual stake or wage, a betting pool. That sounds like sports betting. Conclusion, it's a roll of the dice. Are you willing to gamble? The conclusion we've reached Although OCGA, the official code of Georgia, annotated definition of parimutuel betting limits applications of dogs and horses, it seems the concept of these type of bets in the sports betting industry could qualify as a traditional definition of parimutuel betting. And since there is no definition of these terms in the Georgia Constitution, we certainly would be free, Chairman and members of the committee, to change the definitions in the code. As you can tell, was done when the lottery came into being, and stay away from the Constitution altogether. But as noted here, it's a gamble to do that. It seems like if you get away from the strictly legal definitions as they exist right now, that sports betting would be considered / should be considered a type of gambling, and that the safest course, without a doubt, there's no wavering on this decision, would be, if we were going to allow sports betting, most other types of betting, there certainly would be exceptions to it, that the wise course, the safe course, and in order to give the people of Georgia, as Chairman Powell pointed out, an opportunity to weigh in on the issue, would certainly be to go through with a well-crafted constitutional amendment and the enabling legislation, which would become effective upon the passage of the constitutional amendment. So that does it for my presentation. If anybody has any particular quick question, I'll be more than happy to try to answer that. Otherwise, you guys are on your own.
All right, to the members of the committee, at the prerogative of the chair, we've got plenty of time today. We've got a few gaps in the programs, and I want y'all to feel free to ask questions after each presentation, get into the weeds on this. After listening to our distinguished head of leg counsel, we all understand now, after this exhibition on constitutional amendment for dummies, there's a reason that lawyers write these laws, because they can be just as ambiguous as anything I've ever heard. And I think that what you've probably heard today is the process of a constitutional amendment / enabling legislation. So that being said, fire at it, and I'll recognize you for questions from Mr. Ruskell. Chairman Stevens.
Rick, the constitutional amendment, the enabling legislation does not necessarily have to happen at the same time. It could come back the next year, correct?
Very good point. Yes, absolutely. Once the Constitution is amended, has been amended, it does not require you to do any enabling legislation until the legislation is ready to be passed, or until the General Assembly determines to move forward with it.
And you've got most of your a whole lot of the folks down here on the third floor that write this stuff, I see. Is it possible to write the constitutional amendment so that it's an all or none, and then come back with enabling legislation to define what's included?
I'm not sure I understand your question. I mean, you're talking about writing a constitutional amendment saying all forms of gambling
Yes.
are legal in the state of Georgia, subject to enabling legislation by the General Assembly?
Yeah.
That would be possible. Yeah, I'd leave the politics of that to you, Mr. Chairman, but we could certainly write a constitutional amendment that says that, or something close to that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Questions from any of the committee members? No? You obviously did a lot better job than
Get another opinion.
than any of us realize. But as a footnote, since there's only two of us that were here, when the lottery was passed some 28 years ago, Representative Smyre and myself, that was a unique situation. We had a gubernatorial race. Governor Miller was reigning, and he made that a centerpiece of his campaign. At that time, and I've told this story, that it was certainly a different time in the history of this state. It was like breaking ground, and he won the election, and the governor promoted the constitutional amendment. And in the process of that, at that time, he felt the necessity to do the enabling legislation pending the approval of the constitutional amendment, so that the people of Georgia at that time knew exactly where the money was going to be spent on and how that was situated. Today, I mean, we all have, as duly elected members, we all have our own thoughts and our own constituencies and our own history to deal with. The Georgia lottery has been a tremendous success. Such a success, it became the personal piggy bank of the university system of Georgia, quite frankly. I have my own views about things that, while a lot of people seem to believe that not thinking out of the box, that maybe the same money should go to the university system. I, for one, think that we have a bigger problem in the state of Georgia, and that's funding for health care in the state of Georgia, which is one of my ideas, that if the people of Georgia, if they pass a referendum, if they get that opportunity, and if they pass it, then that may be possible. So that's what would be put into the enabling legislation at that point. And then it becomes a political showdown to see who can reach out and get the most votes about that. Mr. Ruskell.
Yeah, just let me add one thing to that. I didn't really address the funding portion or the dedication of the funds that may be received from a new enterprise such as gambling, but that is something that would have to go into the constitutional amendment because of the earmarking issue. And for example, Chairman Powell, if we wanted proceeds from whatever type of gambling or all types of gambling to go to health care, certainly would have to be in the Constitution. We could not do that by statute in the enabling legislation. We could flesh it out there, but we'd have to have the dedication in the constitutional amendment.
All right. Chairman Harrell.
Mr. Ruskell, following up on that, if it was the desire of the legislature to offer the citizens an opportunity to vote on gaming in Georgia, we could also identify more than a single use of that revenue in the Constitution. So educational purposes for our lottery moving forward, if we wanted to say education and healthcare, or education and healthcare and balance the general fund, what have you, we will still maintain that flexibility as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. Just all depend on the wording of the constitutional amendment, but yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes. Any questions from any of the members? We thank you very much.
Thank you.
Notable job.
Thank you.
We have another member who is just drove in from the coast. If you would, what's your button? And I'll let you introduce yourself, Stephen.
Thank you, Mr.
What's your button number?
27.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for being late. It was a beautiful rainy weather to drive here to, but Representative Stephen Sains and I look forward to the work of this committee.
Thank you. And we do know you had a long haul to get here today. And
Only district worth the drive.
thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, we're going to start on some testimony from some of the interest in the state of Georgia. If you would, let them go through their presentation and make note of any questions you may have as we move through this whole 3-day process. And you can ask questions after every presentation. That being said, I'd like to call on the Wynn Resorts. If you would identify yourself, because I think you're different than who I have on the agenda.
I'm not Jackie Crum, that is correct. My name is Chris Gordon. I'm the president of Wynn Development, part of Wynn Resorts, and it's an honor to be here. I appreciate you inviting us. What we thought we'd do is give you a little example. We lived through this in a different state. We've actually lived through it many times, but in a different state quite recently, where they were evaluating whether or not to do casinos. So what we want to do is present to you the most recent casino that was opened in the United States. This was in Massachusetts. We went through the process. They evaluated the same things that you're evaluating now. So what I'm going to do is explain to you exactly how that project went. It's been open for a couple of months, tell you how it's going, and answer any questions about that. It's not meant to be a sales pitch on Wynn Resorts. I can't help myself. There's a couple of slides in here, but most of it is not about us. It's about a case study on a project. So again, very glad to be here. Let me see if I can get our slides up here. I'm not the IT guy. They said these would pop up on the screen. They're on my screen.
Man, would you give him? See if you can help him on this.
I just texted him to come on down. Okay. There's some camera button that he pressed.
Okay. Was it on this screen?
It had like a camera, send it to camera on it too.
Technology is a wonderful thing, ladies and gentlemen. Bear with us.
There you go.
And I think while we're doing, I need to introduce a couple of people that I was negligent not to introduce. Matt Winsky with the House Research that serves this committee. Very capable, if you can see. He just stepped up there, and younger brains seem to be able to work technology. Most importantly, Jan Brown at the end. She's the committee secretary for regulated industries. And I can assure you that the most difficult thing is it's like herding cats to get all these different folks together on certain days. And my hat is off to her for the job well done. That being said, Mr.
We are
Gordon.
back in business technology point of view. Again, we're going to talk about Encore Boston Harbor, which is the most recent resort opened up in America. It's in a city that is similar to what you might have here in Georgia. So I'm going to talk to you a bit about that. First, let me start with some of the basics. The word integrated resorts is used around the world. It's certainly used often in Asia. It's starting to be used more in the U.S. What it means is these are not just casinos. These are actually resorts that have many things. For example, the resort I'm going to show you in Boston, 7% of the project is gaming. 93% is something else. So you have to think about the whole package, and you have to decide what you want. Do you want things like convention centers, entertainment, nightclubs, theaters, food and beverage? What actually do you want in the recipe? So typically, if you put everything in, you've got hotels, you've got meeting space, you've got entertainment, you've got food and beverage, retail, and gaming. So that's sort of the menu you might pick from. And again, you can add or subtract. We do this all over the world, and some jurisdictions want everything. Some want just one thing, two things. It depends on what the area is after. Certainly, if you're after economic development, you want everything if the market will support it. But you also have to think about what you're going to compete with. For example, in many jurisdictions, they don't want us to put the local convention center out of business. They don't want to put the local theater out of business. They don't want to put the local restaurants out of business. So you got to think about what that relationship looks like. So you get the new, but you also don't necessarily put the old out of business. Also, a term that we use is an integrated city resort. This is not Las Vegas. This is not Macau. This is not Cotai. For example, if you built one of these in Atlanta, you'd be in a city. That's much different than building it in the desert. The reason is in the desert, people don't leave. They come in, they call it sort of everybody goes to the resort and they stay there. They might walk up and down the strip and go to another casino, but they're not going to a ball game. They're not going to a theater. They're sort of there. What we had to do in Boston, which we really liked, was what we call an integrated city resort. That means we made it part of the city. We partnered with the city, and I'll show you how we did that. But it's not an island. It's not meant to be an independent thing with a gate around it that only gamblers or only tourists go to. It's meant to be part of the city. Again, briefly, a little bit about us. We have 6 integrated resorts around the world. We're very careful where we do that. We protect our brand, and we try to pick places like Atlanta that are very special places. Some companies have hundreds of these. We only have 6. We have the biggest one in Las Vegas. We have the Wynn and the Encore in Las Vegas. We're in Macau. We have both the Wynn and the Encore in Macau, which, as you probably know, is the only portion of China where you can gamble. We also have one next door in Cotai, which is also part of the structure in China. We have one in Boston we just opened. So of these, we have about 42 million visitors a year that come to our resorts. And right now we're only working on a couple. Again, we don't go after as many as we can find. We're working very hard in Japan. We're looking at a few sites in the U.S. We also are looking at expansion of our existing facilities. So it's a very careful approach to where we go. Again, this is the only bragging slide I think is in here. We tend to play at the upper end of the market. We have more 5 stars than any company in the world. Again, not to brag, but it tells you sort of where we fit in the world. Our resorts are more high-end, more quality. Frankly, not as big on, our gaming floors tend to be smaller than you might see as a percentage of the resort. We're also considered, we're ranked this year as the most admired company in the resort business, meaning that our financials are good, our government relations are good, everything we try to strive for is in good shape, so we're very proud of that. So enough about us. This is the project that just opened on June 23rd in Boston. I'm going to tell you a bit of the history because they struggle with the same questions, and the testimony right before mine was exactly what we heard in 2011, not about the constitutional amendment, but about the dilemmas about whether or not you actually want to do this. Most jurisdictions around the world want the money and don't want the gambling. So how do you actually justify that? How do you create a casino that's acceptable to a area, and matter of fact is a benefit to the area once people understand it? But also there is tremendous economic benefit. The chairman mentioned a minute ago that these aren't projects that look for tax subsidies. We don't get any taxpayer money from anybody. We're banned from getting any allotments through discounts, rebates, any of that kind of stuff, and we end up paying for infrastructure, a number of taxes I'm going to show you in a minute. So these are always net positive in the government financing point of view. We don't get any financing from anybody for anything. Again, a little history in Massachusetts. This is a chart, which of course I won't take you through, but we'll leave these with you. In 2011, they passed a legislation that allowed for gaming in Massachusetts. That was after several years of heated debate. Massachusetts is liberal in some ways and conservative in others. They really were nervous about casino gaming. Having said that, they were one of the heaviest gaming societies in the world. They have the biggest lottery in America. They have nearby casinos in other states that are, 70% of the gamers in Connecticut are from Massachusetts. So it was a very heavy gaming state, but they were a little worried about having them in their state. A recession helped that, I think. I think there was a bit of a time where they really had to look for economic solutions. So they were able to really come up with a very credible way to allow casino gaming. What they did is they allowed 3 across the entire state. There are 3 regions, A, B, and C. We pursued Region A because that's where Boston is. And for our brand, Boston was the right place to be. It's a very sophisticated city. It's a large city, heavy tourism, and we thought it fit best with our brand. But it was also highly, highly competitive. In our business, there's only a handful of companies that do this, and you know who they all are. They're very good companies. They're friends of ours, but we go around the world and we compete with each other. So, for example, in Massachusetts, several of our competitors won the other licenses and are doing very well. We were lucky enough to win Region A, but it was a very organized, thoughtful process of where the casinos would be located, how the competition would be run. It was not by any stretch a free-for-all, and it wasn't a fast, quick process. It was done very, very carefully, heavily regulated, very transparent process. We thought in order to win, we had to come up with a vision that was compelling. Most people enjoy going to Las Vegas once or twice a year, but they don't want it in their backyard. It's not what they're after in their neighborhood. It's not what they're after in their city. And that's not a criticism. We're based in Las Vegas. That's where our whole company is based. So I'm not criticizing Las Vegas, but a lot of states and a lot of countries say, great place to visit, not where I want to be. So we had to think of something we thought would be a little more acceptable, especially in Massachusetts. That's where the integrated city resort came up. First of all, when we say integrated resort, we don't just mean different parts of the resort working together. We mean working very closely with the city. For example, there's a great tourism industry in Massachusetts. First thing we did was reach out to them. We want to partner with them. Sports teams, museums, Symphony Hall, shopping districts. We wanted to be part of that. And when we say integrate, that means we take our customers to you, you take your customers to us. We all make money, everybody's happy. And if you're a tourist going to Boston or going to Georgia or going to Atlanta, you'd rather have more to do. Or maybe your spouse doesn't want to be at a casino, or maybe your kids don't want to be there. So you find other things for them to do and you integrate with the city. And it works out extremely well. Also, we were in a bit of a delicate spot. The red on this plan is the site that we had options on. It's right on Boston Harbor. It's in a city called Everett, which is part of the greater Boston area. It's right next to Boston. It's an independent city, but it's right on Boston Harbor. And if you look at some of the labels, we're only a couple miles from places like Harvard, MIT, Boston Garden, Fenway Park. These are sort of sacred ground in Massachusetts, and the general message was don't mess with these areas, all right? You're going to be an addition, you're not going to be a negative. So we had to be extremely careful what we built, how we built it, how we promoted it, because this wasn't 100 miles out of the city. This was right in the city. For us, that's a great thing. But for some of these folks, it was a tough thing. I would say at the end of the day, and you'll see this at the end of the story, almost everybody ended up supporting us because the way we did this, but originally they were like, geez, go back to Las Vegas. We immediately, as I mentioned, started doing partnerships. We have right now standing agreements with tourism agencies, travel agencies. Everyone who brings tourists into Boston are working directly with us to make sure that we all are sharing customers. Arts and culture. We have agreements with literally with the symphony, with the different theaters, with the museums, where our customers and their customers can share business back and forth. We're big sponsors of a lot of the cultural events. You'll see our logo on a lot of the big events that go on in Boston. We're not trying to just hide within our walls. Sports and entertainment. Our customers love sports. So we have the biggest box at Boston Garden. We have the biggest box at Gillette Stadium. We have the biggest box at Fenway Park. And our customers have preferred seating. They can go there for an event. We take people there all the time. So if you come to our casino, the goal is not keep them inside the gate. Make sure they stay there, have dinner there, eat, gamble there, stay there. Not at all. We have limos, buses, boats, everything you can think of to get you out into the city. And I would say if they were here, the sports teams in Boston would say we've been a superb partner. We're bringing people every night to their games, and that's been very successful. Also, education and training. We had to set up a university within a university to train. For example, there's nobody in Massachusetts who's a card dealer or a roulette dealer or a security guard in this instance. So we had to set up a training program. We did one with a local high school and one with several local universities where we actually created training programs 2 years in advance to train the workforce that didn't exist. And this is in a state with almost no unemployment. We had close to zero unemployment, and we were trying to hire 6,000 people. So we did that by creating partnerships with education. We also realized we had a pretty good economic development story to tell. If you look on the left, planning these projects had to be a public, transparent project. It couldn't be done in a boardroom somewhere where nobody was involved. In the lower left there, you'll see the governor, Charlie Baker. He's ranked the most popular governor in America. He was directly involved in making sure this project went well. You've got on the right, you've got the mayor of Everett, who unfortunately couldn't be here today. I met with the mayor of Everett every week for 5 years. Every single week. And it wasn't picking fights. It was how can we solve each other's problems? What's going on? And it wasn't favoritism. It wasn't deals. It was, okay, these guys are worried about traffic, and these guys are worried about this. They're worried about that. Very, very helpful. On the right is our CEO. And on the left is the former director of the Port Authority and myself. So, in other words, we were absolutely intertwined with the government. We didn't want to be sort of the outside developer just dropping in and trying to build a resort. In the middle is construction. I'll show you some numbers in a minute, but this was the biggest construction project ever done in New England. We spent $2.6 billion of private money. We didn't get a dime from anybody. It all came from us. And the government started turning over their parts of the project to us. So we did the public roads, the train stations. They knew they couldn't get it done on time, so they started having us run their construction projects, which worked out very well. Finally, in operations, as I said, our target was 6,000 new employees in a state with no unemployment. And I'll tell you that story a little bit, but it worked extremely well. So if you look at all phases of this, the economic development story was very, very strong. The site, this was a former Monsanto chemical plant for over 100 years, and it was left in horrible shape. It didn't quite make the Superfund list, but it was close. Very contaminated site, very contaminated harbor, and it sat empty like that for 30 years because nobody wanted to touch it. The state fought over who should pay for it for 30 years on the contamination. We said we would do it, and we cleaned it up in 4 months. And we passed every environmental bar you can think of. We got the regional EPA award. We got a lot of great awards. And the environmental groups, we would have public hearings for the project. And typically, I'd be testifying like this, and the environmental groups would all testify with me. And their basic line was, we don't really care about gambling. We're not here to talk about gambling. But if these guys will clean the site up, let them do it. And by the end of the project, they were some of our biggest advocates. These are people like the Mystic River Watershed Association, the Associated Environmental Industries of Massachusetts, all the groups that normally, frankly, would be against a developer were saying, let them go, let's get started. So having a site like this that needed reclamation and environmental cleanup was a big part of it. We also knew we could rejuvenate the city. Everett, this part of Boston, is on the waterfront, but it's an industrial zone. There was no waterfront access. So we worked with the environmental groups to open up the waterfront. Sounds like a little issue. It wasn't a big issue. The city loved it. We opened it up we have big public parks in the water that we built. We have boat landings. We have all kinds of stuff. And people are actually able to use the waterfront again. As I mentioned, we spent about $55 million. If you include a future payment we have to make for a new highway, it's $85 to $90 million we're spending on infrastructure. So these are roadway projects that were stuck, that hadn't been done for a long time. We did all the traffic studies working with the state. We had 15 state agencies. I used to be in the public sector, so I knew a lot of these people. We sat with them for months and we worked out all the different issues. And then we went out with our own designers, our own contractors, our own workforce, and we spent, over $80 million fixing all the roads, the trains, everything else. And I will tell you, I should have brought some newspaper articles, but the big shock in Boston has been our traffic works like a charm. We've had no traffic backups. We've had no, the quote was Armageddon. This is going to shut down the whole city. We had the command center for the state police. They were very cooperative from opening day until today. It just hasn't been a problem, and we think that's because of the funding and the effort that went into it. Over time, over the next 15 years, we'll pay about $575 million to our host and surrounding communities. These are payments that there's a host community where the casino lives, then there's 7 surrounding communities, and we pre-negotiated agreements with all of them of how much they would get. This is different than the gaming tax. This is just agreements with the communities, and we'll pay that. That's about $575 million over a 15-year license. So when you start looking at that, plus all the taxes, plus all the jobs, you'll see a little later in the presentation how this really starts to add up from an economic benefit point of view. And I should say, and I know I said this before, but this can't be done without a partnership with the local government. State government's critical, but local government's going to put up with all the grief. They're going to hear about traffic, they're going to hear about noise, they're going to hear about everything else. And if you don't have the kind of partnership we had, it's very hard to do. So it's a key part of this whole thing. This is an example. Earlier, a minute ago, you were talking about how to allocate the money. This is only one example, but this is the formula that's in the Massachusetts legislation of how to allocate the gross gaming tax. And I think you all know this, but to give you a little bit of a primer on how this works, if you have an integrated resort, the whole thing is many things. It's restaurants, theaters. Only about 7% of that is the casino in Boston, but it's 70% of the revenue. That 70% of the revenue is what you tax as the gross gaming tax. So a percentage of that goes to the government. Everything else gets taxed as a regular business. So if it's a restaurant or nightclub, they have regular business taxes they pay. This is the formula. If you look at the middle column where you see all the percentages, that was actually in the legislation legislation, what percentage of the gross gaming tax goes to each of those categories. And it's everything from horse racing to education to environmental funds. Whatever the legislation decided, that's what they put in the bill. Our conservative estimates are it's about $200 million a year in gross gaming tax, and there's 3 of these. So the state's going to get close to $600 million year one, which is now, in gross gaming tax, and they'll allocate it this way. For example, there's over $30 million just in transportation improvements. So over and above what we built, there's another $30 million that's going to go to transportation improvements. And this we think, if history proves itself out, this goes up every year. These very seldom go down, even with recessions. These tend to go up. So this is an example of how one state decided to allocate their taxes. And we have no control over this, nor do we want any control over this. This is none of our business. We pay the tax, and then the state and the city decide what they're going to do with it. So that works very well for us, and we stay completely out of the politics of it. A little bit on the licensing process, because you'll find that, again, I'm honored to be here today, but if you open this up, I'll not be the only one here. There are people that really would go after this license, because just like the state makes money, so do we. So these tend to be quite competitive processes. We would like to call it a campaign, if you will. On the left is our CEO testifying at a public meeting. In the middle is a grassroots group that actually started in Everett to try to get this to happen. And on the right is the mayor of Everett, and you can see his quote. But this went on for over a year. We had to do a couple things. First, you had to win in the city, and then the city had to win at the state level. So we had to compete in Everett and make sure we were the desired operator in Everett. And I will tell you, when we started, most people were very leery. You know, again, casino, Las Vegas, crime, money laundering, all those things. When it came to a public vote, we got an 86% vote. You can't get Massachusetts to vote 86% on the weather. I mean, that is almost impossible to get. And people say, how'd you ever get an 86% approval rate? First of all, it was meetings like this. I did hundreds and hundreds of meetings, and it was education. We weren't trying to, push them over with all kinds of public relations and propaganda. It was really answering questions. Well, how does this work? How is it regulated? What are the rules? What are the regulations? What are the statistics from other casinos? What's happened with crime? What's happened with taxes? What's happened with the lottery? You know, we went through all those facts and figures. We brought in every expert you can imagine. We had professors testifying on everything from crime rates to money laundering to everything else. And by the time we were done, and it was exhaustive, I give Boston and Everett enormous credit. We did not get off easy. They voted 86% in favor. If you took a vote today, I think I can get 90%. they're happy as a clam. I mean, the thing is working well. It's producing the money we thought, but it is quite a public process that you have to be prepared for. And you'll also hear, and again, this is no disrespect to any of the groups you'll hear this week. There are people who really don't like this business. I mean, they really don't like this business. And they were coming at us with there's going to be increase in everything from prostitution to crime to money laundering to on and on and on. And so you have to really be clear on the facts, what's happened around the world around casinos. And we were able to demonstrate that in most cases crime went down. In most cases there was no negative impact at all. But they shouldn't just listen to us, because we have a vested interest. They have to listen to third parties that have done this. They have to listen to other jurisdictions. So we worked very hard to bring in experts that could really testify, for and against this. And there were plenty of people who testified against it, but we think they were, the right decision was made. This was a big deal in Massachusetts, as it is in most parts of the world that I work in. We made the front page of the Boston Globe every day. There were articles, interviews, radio shows, TV shows. Something about casinos is this sexy topic people like to talk about. So it is amazing how much attention these things get. You can see that we were lucky enough to win. On the right, you see the mayor and our president sort of letting off horns the first day of construction. The lower right, those are citizens. They were out in the street celebrating, which we were very excited about. Then it came time to build a thing. And these are not easy projects. These are extremely complicated projects. You'll see different photos here of it being built. We made a very early decision that the sooner we got the door open, the more money we made. So we committed to build this in 34 months. And most contractors said, I can do it in 5 years. And we said, well, you got 3, so how are you going to do that? And we found a contractor, a wonderful contractor who took it on. He finished in 34 months. We had no litigation, no fights, no nothing. We also had a project labor agreement with the unions. That was required by the legislation. We had an excellent relationship with the building and trades. I personally negotiated a project labor agreement that was very fair. It wasn't out of balance. Everybody had a fair thing. And I would say that I can't recall any big issues with the laborers. They loved it. We had 5 million person hours on the site. So these are 5 million labor hours that worked on the project. A good day, we'd have 2,200 workers. This is a pretty tight site, so to have 2,200 workers on the site, you can imagine the logistics. Where do they eat? Where do they park? Where do they go to the bathroom? Where do they check in? Where do they check out? We took a very high-tech approach. Everybody had a RFID tag. We knew where every worker was at every minute. We had drones. We had security. We had everything you could think of, and we were very big on safety. We had an intense effort on safety, and the unions worked with that on us. We were throwing people off the job early on. The first couple weeks, they thought it was, hey, let's go over there and do whatever we want, and we managed to clamp that down. So by the end of the job, I think you'd hear the workers say it was probably the safest site they'd ever worked on, which we're very proud of. Traffic during construction was tough. When you bring, we had days we'd have 400 and 500 concrete trucks in a day. And you have that much traffic coming and going. It was brutal. Not to mention 2,200 workers. We weren't on a train line at the time. We weren't on anything, so people had to get there. So it was a big challenge. We used 11,000 tons of rebar, 200,000 cubic yards of concrete, and we were pouring 24 hours a day. And again, I'm pleased to say that it all got done. It all got done on time, and is open. We also took on infrastructure. You'll see in the upper left, that's a photo of all the work we did in Sullivan Square. If you've been to Boston, Sullivan Square is one of the traffic nightmares in Boston. It's a very congested intersection, and it's about a mile away from our site. So we worked with the state to come up with a whole new plan for Sullivan Square, and we did it ourselves. We rebuilt Sullivan Square, including the train station, the highway, the ramps, the parking lots, the roadways. All that work was done, again, with private money, private designers, private contractors, but with intense supervision of the state. We weren't off doing our own thing. Lower left is something we're very proud of. That is the dredging of the Mystic River. Mystic River is a very industrial river, and Monsanto and other companies had left it in pretty rough shape. So again, instead of fighting about it, we agreed to clean it up. So we dredged 7 acres of the Mystic River, one of the most contaminated sites in the country. We hired our own contractors, our own environmental regulators, worked with the EPA, worked with the DEP, and we went out and dredged the entire riverbed, cleaned it all up, and put clean fill back in its place. So now if you go out there, you'll see wildlife again. We've seen everything from seals, fish, jellyfish, everything roaming around. You would never see that when we started. During the environmental phase, we hired a consultant who took a robot and put it underwater, and he went back and forth and did testing the entire harbor. And the report came back, and it called it an environmental desert, a biological desert, actually, meaning there wasn't anything left, nothing alive. There were no organisms, there were nothing in the harbor. If you go out there right now, you would see a lot of wildlife. And people say, what's that got to do with the casino? Well, our customers love it. They walk around the public parks in the front, they see it all, but it was also the right thing to do. On the right, you'll see our project under construction, but in the foreground, you see a road. That's just one more example of the many, many roads that we did full depth construction, new drainage, new lighting, new signage, a lot of smart vehicle technology so the buses know where everybody is. So a lot of work went into rebuilding many of the highways around the project. We also, as a company, not just in Boston, but we believe in environmental stewardship. If you saw a lot of old movies, you think casinos, pump in oxygen and shut off the lights and everybody smokes. We actually are the opposite. I mean, and this isn't just us. The whole industry is working very hard to be much more environmentally sound. So, for example, the site that we bought in Boston was a disaster. I mean, it was highly contaminated. You'll see on the right, that's a Greenpeace protest. On the left, you'll see some of the other activities that went on there. I mean, I've cleaned up some horrible sites, including a Superfund site, and this thing was just nasty. So the fact that we could take that on and do what we had to do was a big deal. The biggest thing we did is we moved about 800,000 tons of soil all over the country. It was very contaminated soil. We set up our own train line, and we moved train cars, 4,800 train cars in and out of the site. And the reason I say all around the country is depending on the type of contaminants, it has to go to different landfills. So we had to get permission all over the country. We went to 20 some odd states with material from this project to properly contain it in EPA certified landfills. We also spent a lot of time on energy. We have solar panels, we have cogeneration, we have a battery farm. We can run this project without any power off the grid. That says 60%, but that's not accounting for the batteries. So if the power goes out, we can keep the place running for as long as we want. It can actually support its own power. We also build it 12 feet above the 500-year flood. So in an emergency for the city, this will be the site of refuge. It's not going to be the place you flee, it's the place you go. And the city's thrilled about that because we're above any, tide surge. Even with the rising sea level, we'll be well above that. We can, as I said, we produce our own power, so it's very, very efficient. We're doing the same thing in Las Vegas. We bought one of the largest solar farms out in the desert. We're powering most of our resort now on solar power. So if done right, and if pushed, frankly, by the government, these facilities can be very environmentally friendly. We're working on this in Japan right now, and the intent is to make it one of the most environmentally friendly resorts in the world. That they need that in Japan because of energy shortages. But again, if Georgia pushed, you'd see the resort developers like us can really step up from an environmental point of view. We also had to build a team. As I mentioned, when we went to Massachusetts, there was nobody on the bench. Everybody was working. There was almost no unemployment, and it's a market where people make a lot of money. So they had good wages, good salaries, good benefits, and they weren't waiting for us to come along. Around the world, we have about 30,000 employees, so we know how to do this. In Macau, for example, we had to build a workforce. We were one of the first ones to go into Macau in China, and there was almost no workforce and certainly no gaming workforce. So we had to start from scratch, training everybody how to do our business. The other issue was we're a 5-star resort, so frankly, not everybody is ready to perform at a 5-star level. So you've got to take waiters and waitresses and chefs and security guards and front desk people and not just train them so they kind of know how to do their job. You got to train them so they really are the best in the business at their job. So that was a big challenge for Massachusetts. And frankly, during our initial permitting stage, people said, you're just not going to be able to do this. This is at the same time that MGM was opening up a very nice facility about 60 miles away, and Penn National is opening up another nice facility. So everybody's trying to get, the same workforce in their stable. What did we do? We started 2 years out with a highly aggressive recruiting stage. We made the workforce. We didn't hire it, we made it. By that I mean we set up training programs, we set up job fairs, we set up referral programs, we set up all the technology applications you can think of for portals so people could find us. And we ended up hiring 5,500 people. We had 128,000 applications. And that means people really wanted to work for us. And the reason is, and again, not bragging, Wynn is always ranked one of the highest, most desirable workforces in the world. People want to work for us. In Las Vegas, which is our oldest resort, we have multi-generation people that work for us. Nobody ever leaves. I mean, you have some normal attrition, but people that are there for their careers, they stick around. And a lot of them are not in gaming. I mean, out of that 5,500, only about 1,500 are in gaming. Most of them are in other parts of the building. So we really, really worked hard in Boston to build a workforce, which we were proud of. We also worked closely with all the local businesses and Chamber of Commerce because their complaint was, you're going to take all our good workers. And that can happen, by the way. If you're the new shiny product in town and you're paying good wages and you have a great career, people will leave other resorts. Some of that we do think is a little bit natural. In other words, that's a way to keep the market on its toes. So we're not going to say nobody will ever leave another resort and come to us. But on the other hand, we work closely with them. Sometimes we had joint job fairs. We talked about training programs together, and we made sure that we weren't trying to sneak around. We were trying to make sure people knew what we were doing. But we were very, very pleased with the workforce we assembled in Massachusetts. And by the way, these are careers. People say, "Well, I got a job." These are not jobs. These are careers. And we learned this in Las Vegas. In a lot of parts of the world, a waitress, a host, maybe a dishwasher, they're kind of viewed as jobs. I'm going to do this for a while, and that's just a step to something else. In our company, they're careers. We have people that have been waiters, waitresses, hostess for their entire career. They love it. They make a lot of money. They got great benefits. For example, we have a famous program where our back of house area is really dedicated to the employees. We have a dining room which would remind you of a five-star restaurant, and it's free to the employees. They come in, they swipe their card, they sit down, they have a great meal. And I should have had pictures of it here, but it's a beautiful facility. And a lot of the employees, it's the best meal they eat all day. I mean, it's variety of nutritional choices. They can eat as much as they want. That's just one example of how we really try to make people feel like it's a good place to be. We also, and again, a little bragging, but we have a high employee satisfaction. We do a lot of things with the employees. We offer them a lot of training. We give them a lot of creature comforts. We offer them a future. If they want to work around the world, we let them move around the world a little bit. So there's a variety of things they do. So we take the employees very seriously. As our company is often quoted as saying, buildings and that sort of stuff don't make people happy. If you're at a resort, it's the employees that really make you happy. So we try very hard to make sure the employees come to work with a smile on your face. So if you're one of our employees and you're going to go be a waiter in the restaurant, you show up at work and there's a brand new, you swipe your card at the carousel and your brand new clean uniform is available for you. Put that on. You go to the dining room, you eat a fantastic meal for free. You sit with your friends. By the time you walk out into your job, you're very happy, very excited to be there. Social responsibility. We don't take this lightly. We work very closely with all of our surrounding communities in Boston, as we do around the world. We do a huge amount of volunteer work. You'll see here last year we volunteered 46,500 hours around the world at our different facilities. If you go to any jurisdiction we're in, you'll see that we're probably one of the most active charitable organizations in that area. So this is everything from sponsorships to volunteer time to mentoring to you name it, and we try to get very, very involved. And this isn't necessarily related to gaming or culinary or anything else. It's just what the community needs. So we would want advice on where we would do that. Obviously, if we were lucky enough to be here. Responsible gaming. Every jurisdiction in the world thinks about what gaming can do to society. Is it going to hurt people's lives, ruin their situation? And we take responsible gaming very, very seriously. And again, we could go on for hours about this, but there's good news and bad news. The good news is a very small percentage of society will be addicted to gaming. However, the bad news is that small percentage, it can ruin their life. So you can't ignore the fact that there is a percentage, there's probably a percentage right now in Georgia, just like there was in Massachusetts, that's already has a gaming problem. And so you have to identify that, you have to work on that. It's a serious issue. We take it very seriously. We're very proud of our track record. We have full-time counselors on the gaming floor in Massachusetts offering advice. We have training for our employees to identify who might look like they might be having a problem. It's often easier to identify these people than you might think. You can identify somebody that's having a significant issue. You can get them counseling. You can, work with them on exclusions. You can do a number of things. So as you go forward, if you go forward with your gaming legislation, you can't be scared of this, but you also can't ignore it. You need to have regulations and enforcement that's very strong on responsible gaming. And again, we can go on for a long time on that, but it's a big deal for these projects. Again, we think it actually goes very well because by putting gaming, for example, in Massachusetts, by putting in their gaming legislation, they dramatically increased their focus and funding on problem gaming, and the problem has gotten much better. When it's unregulated and unfunded, it's the Wild West. So in states that have put this in and have actually built into the legislation ways to work on it, it's been a big benefit. So what happened? It's one thing to present potential projects. It actually worked out very well. As I mentioned, just some quick facts. We did spend $2.6 billion. We were on budget. We were on time. It did get done. It opened on June 23rd. We have 5,500 full-time employees. That jumped us automatically to the 5th largest employer in the state. We also own a lot more land, so we think we'll move up that chart as we keep building. But right now, we're very quickly the 5th largest. Construction cost, $1.5 billion in hard cost. Contractor, I think if he was here, would tell you he was very happy. There were none of these famous mega projects where everybody sues each other and fights. He walked away happy. We walked away happy. $250 million in annual operating spending. I'll show you a bit more about that in a second. And again, $575 million over 15 years to the surrounding communities. You'll see some facts here I won't read for you, but it's a gigantic building. It's 3.2 million square feet, and this is the smallest thing we've ever built. This is a site plan. Again, to the left, one key thing is on the left, you'll see green space. That's 7 acres of public park that we built that's open to the public. And we secure it, we clean it, we maintain it. So if the public wants to come out here and walk their dog, take a jog, good luck, come on out. It's very welcoming space. Inside, the casino is to the back of the building. If you don't want to go to the casino, you don't have to. This isn't Disney where they make sure they run you through the gift shop. This is not that kind of place. Many, many people come to the resort and never see the gaming floor. There's 93% of the building is something else. So if you want to take your family to dinner, I took my daughter there for her birthday. You can go there for dinner and you can leave. You can go to the convention center. You can go to the theater. You can go to anything you want and you can leave. If you want a game, great, but you don't have to. If you want to go up in the hotel, great. But in other words, there's a real there's no demand that you go through the gaming floor. Again, you saw this site a minute ago. That's what it looks like today, looking out over the city. Just a few photos of inside. This is the main lobby. The company has a big theme on artwork and flowers, so we try to make this a very light, airy, exciting place. This is the main lobby as you walk in off the river. This is a part of our convention center. We have a very large convention center, so we've had numerous meetings already. We've also had a number of concerts. The other night we had Earth, Wind, and Fire. We've had Paul Anka. We've got the B-52s for New Year, for Halloween. We've had 3 big boxing matches. I mean, the place has really caught on, and we're kind of seeing it fill a void. Boston has lots of entertainment, but for some reason they didn't seem to have what we're offering. So every time we've had an event since we've been open, it's been sold out. So something's working as far as entertainment goes. We also have a number of events. We have conventions all the time. We have weddings. We have corporate meetings. There's just a number of venues where people come and have all sorts of meetings and venues for their companies. And again, some of these people go in and gamble and some of them don't, whatever. It's up to them what they want to do when they're there. This is a typical one. We have 15 restaurants. This is the buffet, very popular. You pay a fixed price. You can eat as much as you want, and people come in there all the time. It's a very popular part of the resort. Rare Steakhouse. This is a 5-star steakhouse that's been quite popular looking out over the river. It has steak, seafood. Sinatra's. We have one of these in Las Vegas. We built another one in Boston. This is it's done in conjunction with the Sinatra family. We have Frank Sinatra memorabilia, and it's a very high-end Italian restaurant. This is the gaming floor. It's about 205,000 square feet. It is not dark and smoky. There's no smoking allowed. There's natural daylight. There are windows. There's fresh air. I would honestly, whether or not you want to gamble, you'd be very comfortable walking around the gaming floor. So it's set up. Was that no on the smoking? But when the state passed their gaming law, they did not allow any smoking in the building. So we have smoking balconies, but no smoking inside the building. Again, some landmarks. This is one of the bars. We have a spa, which is open to the public. You don't have to be a guest. You can come in and use the spa, which has been incredibly popular. Also, I want to mention, these are just different types of hotel rooms. Even though it's a 5-star resort, it's not exclusive and elite. We have big rooms, small rooms, suites, adjoining suites. Chances are pretty good that most business travelers, most families can find a room they can afford. We're not off the chart. Now, Boston, I should say, is an expensive city. So I'm amazed how much it costs to stay in Boston anyway. But in the Boston market, we're right in the thick of it. We're not off the charts for expense. And during the midweek or during the off season, there's plenty of rooms that are well below market. So we don't want people to think that, well, it's just for VIPs and 5 stars. Not at all. We have hotel rates that are very comparable that people can stay at. And we really want to make sure it's not viewed as just elite. This is a typical room looking out over Boston. Our hotel rooms are about twice the size of the typical hotel room in Boston. They feel bigger. They feel more airy, which has been a big selling point. We also do have end suites. These are pricier, but a lot of companies rent these. If they're having a convention, they'll rent a 3 or 4 bedroom suite. They'll have cocktail parties, corporate events. They'll have all sorts of things in the suites that we provide catering and a variety of things in these suites. As I mentioned, we have a significant amount of outdoor park space, which is pretty unusual. Most developers are not anxious to provide park space. In negotiations with the regulators, we came up with a plan to have about 7 acres of outdoor parks. And again, it's been amazing to us how much it gets used, not just by our customers, but by anybody. If in Everett Boston is a dense city, it's an industrial zone. There's not a lot of green space, so now they have a new public park along the river. From a location point of view, we're in the middle of a number of highways, train stations. So we wanted to be multimodal. We didn't want to have everybody coming by Uber or by whatever. So we wanted to connect to the rail lines, buses, bikes, cars, boats, walking. So in order to make that happen, instead of just doing it to get approvals, we did a number of things. First of all, we built a fleet of boats. You'll see in the lower right, that's an actual boat. We built a fleet of 39 passenger boats that come and go from different parts of the city. They come up and down the river, out in the harbor. They're wood paneled, they're beautiful, there's music, you can have a drink. So if you're at a convention at the convention center, or you're at the Boston Garden, or you're at the Seaport, we'll pick you up, and in about 15 minutes we'll bring you right to the front door. So after games, for example, when the Celtics are done, people take the boat, come right over, have dinner. Works out very, very well. We have a fleet of buses. And when I say a fleet, it's a honking big fleet. These are a lot of buses that we bring employees, customers. We have them way out in the suburbs. We have them at the train stations. We have them in the neighborhood. We have them all over the place. So depending on where you are, there's a pretty good chance you're going to be able to pick up a luxury bus and come right to the front door. In China, we do the same thing, and our bus fleet in China is bigger than the city of Detroit because we're busing so many people around to get to the resort. We also have subsidized the subway. The Orange Line, which is the nearest subway, was not doing late night service. So we paid to have them run late night service. And we did a multi-year long-term contract. So we're actually paying their staff to run the trains they already owned, which has been great. So we have a lot of long-term service there. We built bike paths, we have limos, we have vans, we have everything you can think of. So if you want to get to the resort from somewhere in the city, it's pretty easy. We also created a lot of public access. In Boston, people like to walk and bike, so instead of fighting that, we decided to encourage it. So we've connected into bike paths, we've connected into walking trails, and you can, and you might say to yourself, geez, who's going to go to a casino on their bike? That's just silly. Well, maybe not a lot of customers. You'd be amazed. Hundreds and hundreds of employees ride their bike. It's fantastic. You see, we built bike racks, and we're thinking nobody's going to use the bike racks. They're full all the time. So we've really seen an uptick in people taking their bikes to work. We've seen people walking. We've seen a number of things. So we're pretty encouraged by how that's worked. We'll see how winter goes, but so far they're quite active. This is we have 4 tenants for the company, and one is artwork. And you'll see in the top, this is existing artwork that we built in Boston. That's the 2 on the outside are outdoors, Popeyes indoors, but these are public artwork that we've done to try to enliven the place, excite the place, and people have been quite happy. That's gone so well, we've taken on another enormous task that we'll see. This is going to be quite interesting. In the lower end, you'll see across the street is an abandoned power plant. And we're working very closely with the power plant of how to make it look better. We've already planted trees in front of it. We've done a number of things. We've now commissioned artists from all over the world. They're going to paint the power plant. This is a multi-million-dollar effort. It's a civic effort that we're paying for. We don't get anything out of this, but we're going to actually take this 1930s real ugly power plant and we're going to put artwork on it. On the left, you'll see some of the support buildings. On the right, that's an aerial photo from the roof of our resort, and you can see the early designs for painting the power plant. And the painting started this week, so it's not theoretical, but it's going to try to really enliven the neighborhood. We're also talking about maybe a river crossing. We're looking at bridges and gondolas and all kinds of stuff to bring passengers back and forth across the river. You mentioned earlier about economic benefits. Again, why would anybody want to do this? I think you can see how Boston ticks off all these. First of all, urban renewal. Casinos don't mind taking on a site that some other people might not really like. Matter of fact, in some cases, we do that because in Boston, for example, we didn't have a lot of residential neighbors right next to us because we're a 24-hour-a-day resort. You can cause urban renewal because of the financial structure and the urban planning issues we have that might not happen otherwise. The other proposal for our site, which there were 2 other proposals for our site. One was a big box retailer and one was a trash recycling facility. Neither would have done much of anything for the city. Instead, we're pumping in hundreds of millions of dollars. So we can take sites that other people might not. Sustainable development. You should push any casino developer to be very green. You shouldn't put up with an old-fashioned resort. You should make sure it's very sustainable. Career employment opportunities. Again, anywhere we go, we create thousands and thousands of jobs. We have 30,000 of them around the world, and that's going to grow and grow and grow. Significant expansion of tax benefits. You saw those numbers. It's hundreds of millions of dollars a year between the gross gaming tax, the regular sales tax, the income tax, and then the separate but the surrounding and host communities. Hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars a year, which is already happening now. Finally, the economic impact of primary and secondary spending. We bring in a lot of tourists. Massachusetts is already a heavy tourist area. We're already increasing that significantly. People want to come to Boston. We have regular customers. We have a database you can't believe, and people around the world that already visit our resorts are saying, I'm adding Boston to my list. I'm going there for a week with my family. We're going to go every year. So we're bringing in a significant amount of tourism that didn't exist before. You asked about annual spending. These are just what we do now. I mean, in Las Vegas, we spend about $490 million a year in operating costs. This is buying food and flowers and laundry and everything else you can think of. Boston's about $250, Macau's $170, Kotai's $260. Most of this money gets spent locally because it makes sense. If you're going to buy tomatoes, why get them around somewhere else in the world? So most of this stuff gets bought locally. So a lot of this money gets pumped into the local economy with local vendors. We have great relationships all around the world, and it works out extremely well for us. One more sales pitch, then I'm done. We are proud, and again, we use Boston as an example, but we're very proud how we delivered on what we promised. These competitions end up being beauty contests. Everybody tells the government, we'll do everything. We'll fix the world. We'll fix the economy. We'll fix the environment. You got to be leery of that. You got to really drill into the proposals. You got to really push them hard. We're very proud in Boston. We did everything we said we'd do. We've done all the mitigation. We've done all the hiring. We've done everything they wanted. You would need to do the same here. You can't just take the beautiful, glossy proposals you're going to get and believe them. You got to kick the tires to death until you really get what you want, and then you got to hold their feet to the fire. In Massachusetts, we're accountable. We're absolutely accountable for everything we agreed to do. So we've had to really make sure we did that. This is opening day. We opened June 23rd. There were 45,000 people standing outside in the heat trying to get in. We had to give them water and everything else to keep them cool. That's out. We'd never done this before. That's daytime fireworks being shot off on the roof. And that was the opening day. And since then, it's been pretty much the same. It's been busy, busy, busy. So we're very happy with the reception we got. It's working well. We have plenty of fine tuning to do, but as a model for a resort, we're quite happy with it. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Very good. Thank you, Chris. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Chairman Stevens.
Wow, thank you, Chris. Kind of what I expected. I want to go down and just verify some of the things that I heard to make sure that I heard them correctly. But just to show you, we did a poll here in Georgia, and I'll give this to you before we leave. It's got upwards of 90% approval if we get it to the public. So it's just so that's on your radar.
Right.
Encore does 7% of their gaming area, or of their total area is for gaming. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you've spent $2.6 billion of private money. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you know that's 2.5 of our largest brick and mortar economic development projects in Georgia. They're about $1 billion apiece, some spreading over 2 counties with Caterpillar and Baxter at the time. 5,500 employees?
Correct.
Wow. $575 million outside of the taxing jurisdictions?
Yeah, and let me just give you 1 second on that. In the Massachusetts legislation requires the gaming companies to negotiate a host community agreement, which is sort of like a pilot agreement for that community, and surrounding community agreements that can demonstrate some impact, whether it be traffic or noise or anything else. So through those negotiations, we reached an agreement we'd pay them every year, and that's the $575 over 15 years.
Good. 2,200 people to build this thing?
On a given day, there was many thousands more than that worked on the site. So, for example, on a good day, you'd have 2,200 construction workers, but probably between 4,000 and 5,000 people actually step foot on the site because of the different trades.
Over 3 years?
Yeah, 34 months. Yeah.
Okay. And, wow, $1.5 billion in construction costs, as we said, over 3 years. And you guys, and this is a big deal with us in Georgia, there seems to be a turf war already with the arts industry and others. You work well with the arts industries, other venues in the same sandbox.
Yeah, I mean, the dilemma is when a city or a state or a federal government approves gaming, they think we're going to compete and put everybody else out of business. We chose not to do that. Instead, we partnered with them. So it gets tricky in areas like convention and meeting and food and beverage, but if you work closely with those industries, you can, the tide will rise all the boats instead of putting anybody out of business.
We had this similar hearing a year or two ago, and it was about, the question came up on cannibalizing our current lottery. You already have the lottery in Massachusetts. Did you see that at all? Are there 2 different markets?
No, we had the largest lottery in America before we started doing this, and if you look, and we can show you, we've got statistics, in every state we could find where casinos have been approved, the lottery went up, not down.
Wow.
And we can show you those facts.
Are there total 4 licenses in Massachusetts?
3.
So-
Well, there's three, and there's a debate on a 4th. There's a tribal one that's being debated, but there's 3 right now.
Is that the right number?
Well, that's actually was based on a pretty comprehensive economic study. You don't want to build too many because they'll cannibalize each other. You don't want to build too few because they're not going to be successful. So you got to find, and honestly today, I don't know everything about the Georgia economy, so I can't say 3 is the right number, but it's not something to be taken lightly. The other thing to think about is between the number of casinos and the tax rate, you want to be careful of overreaching, and that isn't just us defending our money. You can get a better casino if people know they're going to make money. And the way they make money is there's not too much competition. There's enough to keep them honest. You don't want no competition because then that's not going to work either. You want the right level of competition. You want the right tax rate because then you'll get people spending billions of dollars. If you don't do that, if it's a real high tax rate, you'll get just a casino where people are trying to get as much as they can out of the slot machines and the table games, which is frankly not what we recommend.
And lastly, it looks like the rate that there is in Massachusetts on the casino resort gaming revenue is 25%?
Yes, correct.
And that's
And that-
similar to what we were talking
Yeah,
about.
and as you know, it varies all over the world. Some jurisdictions, it's 15, 20, 25. It's always in that range, but it varies all over the world depending on the jurisdiction.
Yeah, gross?
Gross gaming revenue. But again, not to get into the weeds, but it's gross gaming revenue, meaning that's the revenue just made out of gaming is taxed at the 25%. The rest of the building is taxed at normal business rates.
So sales tax, hotel motel tax?
Sure.
Ad valorem tax?
So if you've got a restaurant at in the resort that's not part of gaming, it's just a normal business that gets taxed at that rate.
Thank you.
So it's the gross gaming tax. That's where, frankly, most of the money is. I will say, though, we also like to push the non-gaming revenue. In Las Vegas, we have the most non-gaming revenue of any resort, and we're the first ones to have more non-gaming revenue than gaming revenue. What that means is, and this is more history than you may want, when these things open up, the gaming revenue is always the big dog. That's where you make the money. If you're going to be a well-rounded city and a well-rounded resort, you want the non-gaming revenue to catch up. That means you've got good restaurants, you've got good entertainment, you've got good conventions. The gaming revenue doesn't want to go down, but you want them to catch up. And if you can get to a point where the non-gaming revenue is up with the gaming revenue, that means you got a pretty well-rounded economy, you got a great city, you got a good resort. That's what you want. If it's just gaming, it's better to try to get the non-gaming up pretty high.
Can you start tomorrow?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Dr. Al Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. It was very interesting. I have 3 questions, and let me give you all 3 of them. You can answer them together. First thing is, what's the average income of your employees, excluding your executive level jobs? And how much, if anything, that you've set aside for counseling and various other things associated with addiction? And lastly, what are your plans for your minority business involvement?
Sure. Well, the first one, this morning I anticipated the question about wages, so I've been texting with our head of human resources, and I'll check my phone in a minute and see if she'll get back to me, and I'll give you the actual number on the wages, both for the management and non-management. I will say that we had to be very competitive in Boston, so they're quite high, but I'll get those numbers for you. On the second one about addiction, remember that you don't want the operator to be running all the addiction programs. So some of our funding for the addiction programs is direct. In other words, we hire some of the companies that are directly involved in our facility, but we also spend a large chunk of money, and it's in one of the slides, I'll get the exact number for you, that we give to the state and they spend on their addiction programs. So it's a multi-million-dollar program. We've been told it's the largest in the country, but I don't know that for a fact. But, I mean, we can go back to the slides, I'll give you the exact number, but there's the largest portion of that is what we give to the state that they spend on the addiction numbers. And again, that wasn't an answer, but I'll get that answer for you. On the minority and diversity in our programs, we had it in 2 phases. One is in construction and one is in permanent hires. The numbers have been extremely good. The state set a high bar for construction. We far exceeded our numbers for the minority hiring and exceeded our numbers for female hiring. In the construction trades in Massachusetts, it's particularly hard to get both those categories because it's a seniority system within the building trades. And so, right or wrong, there's people that have been there for 30 years, didn't want to, there wasn't a lot of upward mobility for folks that are new to the trades. We worked with the unions to sort of shake that up a little bit, and we were able to get a lot of new folks into the trades, a lot of new people that joined, and we were able to exceed all of our numbers. On the permanent workforce, and by the way, I can get you the exact percentages if that'd be helpful. On the permanent workforce, same thing. I mean, we've worked very hard to both in Las Vegas and in Boston to make sure we set high bars and then exceeded them. And in Boston, we've done very, very well. And again, I don't have them in front of me, but I'd be happy to provide you with the actual statistics on the workforce.
One follow-up quickly, Mr. Chairman. While you're getting that, please, the business, minority business, not just workers.
Yep.
Minority business also.
We have MBEs and WBEs in Massachusetts,
Yes,
so we have the minority business and the women business. We can show you the construction and the permanent vendor side of that.
Thank you.
So if it's okay, we'll put together a, one page and all that and get it to you.
Wonderful.
Very good. Chairman Martin, and while you're at it, you introduce yourself since you came in a little bit late.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that to the audience and my chairs for being late. I was busy at the Department of Transportation with my mayor in Alpharetta. Appreciate the commissioner seeing us. My question, and I represent the 49th up in Alpharetta, Georgia. My question is, you mentioned when you got down to the local government agreement, you mentioned pilot. To me, that payment in lieu of taxes. So do you create something relative to gaming and/or revenue in lieu of your Massachusetts ad valorem tax on property?
Yeah, the mayor of Everett preferred a pilot payment instead of a actual property tax.
Right.
He thought he was going to make up better. I think he probably is. So our year one pilot payment's about $30 million to the city of Everett. And Everett it's in the Boston Harbor, but it's a separate city, and that added about 30% to his annual budget. So he's planning parks and schools and all kinds of stuff, and that goes, that grows over time.
Okay, thank you for doing it. And just a lot of times people see pilots in the context of redevelopment in Georgia.
Sure.
That's a payment in lieu of taxes, and sometimes that's taking money out of the school system or things like that. I just want you to clarify that. That was something that the local government asked you guys and preferred for their revenue as opposed to you getting any sort of an incentive for you to do anything.
No, as you go forward, you'll have to decide, do you want a regular property tax or pilot, and we'll do either way.
Absolutely. Just, and also to clarify, the gross gaming revenues come off the gaming revenues, but the people that are working at the tables, that are attending to the slot machines, that are working pay the same wage tax that anybody else.
Yeah.
Just to be clear on that, I think a lot of people don't understand that the revenue that comes from the gaming portion of the tax, that percentage is over and above what any other business would pay. You pay everything else that any other business would pay.
As you probably know better than I, it's quite a formula. And so, for example, we have 1,500 people that work on the gaming floor, so we're paying a gross gaming tax, and you're exactly correct. They're still getting their salary and their benefits, and they're paying an income tax on that.
Thank you, sir.
That it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions from any of the committee members? I'd like just to make go right ahead, Chairman Harris.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gordon. I appreciate the presentation. A couple points I just want to reiterate, and Chairman Stevens hit on it. He's been involved in many economic development initiatives for many years in Georgia. One of them you mentioned was a $1 billion investment to create 1,800 permanent jobs that had significant public money in that. And it was a wonderful proposal and a good return for our state. In a integrated resort such as the one you've just built in Boston, you're a multi-billion-dollar with twice the jobs, 5,500 jobs, with no public investment at any level, federal, state, or local.
Correct.
And each of the component parts, and this is following up on Chairman Martin's question, each of the component parts of your operation pays the exact same level of taxation to whichever jurisdiction it's due, whether it be the restaurant, the hotel, if there's parking services or fees, as any other business would. And what is unique about your operation is on the gaming portion, you pay all those same taxes. In addition to, there's an additional tax levied on the gaming revenue.
Well, except there's not a sales tax on the gaming floor. There's a gross gaming tax. So there's not both. There's an employment there's regular income tax on the employees.
Right.
But we don't pay a sales tax on the gaming. Instead, we pay the gross gaming revenue, which is a higher percentage. And as was mentioned a minute ago, in the local property tax, instead of paying a property tax, we pay a pilot. So it isn't exactly, if we were a regular hotel, we'd pay the regular taxes. In most cases, we pay the regular taxes, but in several cases, we pay more, because the gross gaming tax substitutes for the sales tax on the gaming floor, and the pilot substitutes for the property tax. But in theory, you're right, it's certainly a fully taxed operation.
And tell us a little bit on this. We've heard about your employees. and the level of employees. Tell me something about the level of security that you also provide on an integrated resort like this.
Yeah, and I can't tell you every detail, but I'd be happy to in a private session. First of all, we have a full-time state police barracks on site. So we built a office space and, various facilities for state police that are on site, and we have no control over them. They're there. They have arresting powers. They have observation powers, and they're sort of a high level of. They're not just looking for normal crime. They're making sure they keep track of the gaming. We also have a full-time staff from the Gaming Commission in-house, so they're looking for whether it be money laundering or cheating or that kind of stuff. They're there. We have a full-time contingent from the Everett Police, which is a local police force, and then we have 275 of our own security officers. They're not armed. Massachusetts doesn't have them armed, so they're more eyes and ears, keeping track, small issues. In addition, we have about 5,000 cameras around the facility, so we keep track of everything. Now, a camera's only as good. We don't want to know what happened before. We want to prevent it. A camera's nice, but it tells you what happened yesterday. We want to know what's going to happen tomorrow. So we use them for anticipation. We use them for predictability. And also, the Gaming Commission has access to our cameras from their downtown facility. We have no control over it. So if they want to watch a poker game all night long, they can. If they want to watch the main lobby, they want to watch the parking garage, they can do that. So we totally agree with all that. In Las Vegas, we have a slightly different model. China, a slightly different model. So each resort has a slightly different model, but it's the same basis. It's layers of security. First layer is us. We have our own security force that's there, very active, very busy. Then we have law enforcement that's there. They have arresting powers. They have other jurisdictional powers. And there's almost always a gaming commission who's there. And then, of course, there's technology, everything from, there's a variety of technological applications.
Well, that was the follow-up. In addition to security, the regulators are there as well.
Full-time.
Full-time on site at all times. And just briefly, and you've made a great presentation, and I don't want to keep you too much longer, but tell me a little bit about how the commission was set up in Massachusetts and how that interacted with you going through this process of winning the award and building the site.
And you probably may have already done that. I'd strongly encourage you to talk directly to them because we'll give you our point of view. But they did a very good, very methodical job. And we're actually going through this right now in Japan. They're doing the same thing. So I'll tell you a little bit about both. But in Massachusetts, first they passed the bill. And in the bill, it required the establishment of a commission. And the commission has two parts. It has appointed commissioners and it has the bureaucracy that supports it. So they had to build up a staff. And I don't say bureaucracy in a bad way. It was a very successful staff. They had to recruit people. This is in a state that didn't know anything about gaming. So they had to recruit experts in everything that involved in the gaming process. Then there was a formula for how to appoint the commissioners. And I forget the exact formula, but the governor had so many seats, the mayor has had so many seats, the legislature had so many seats. So they appointed, I think it's 7 members of the Gaming Commission, including a chairman. They were intended to be non-political. There were former judges. There was former head of a state police from a different state. There was a professor. There was an economic development person. And it was meant to be sort of an unpolitical, unbiased commission. And I would argue it's worked that way. I mean, these are factual, hard-working, serious commissioners, and it's a full-time job. I mean, they're paid professionals. They have offices. They have support staff. And, you go to their meetings, it's not a pushover. I mean, they really go through everything. So and beyond that, there's a mile of stuff I can tell you about how they actually function. But they have a full-time office that governs all. They've also put horse racing under them. Now they have a gaming commission. They put other things under them. So it's allowed them to keep a very close hand on gaming across the whole state. Japan right now is the other jurisdiction in the world that's doing what you're doing. They have passed their legislation last year for gaming. They're right now in the next few months going to appoint their gaming commission. The legislature, their version of the legislature, the Diet is working on this. So you'll see a similar pattern around the world where people really try to make gaming very almost sort of a wholesome, clean, clear process, so it's above dispute. And I would say Massachusetts has done pretty well. Now they've had all kinds of bumps in the road. You can read the paper as well as I can. There's been all kinds of hiccups as they grew into their roles, but we think they've done a pretty good job.
Very good. Thank you.
Very good. I think you've done an excellent job. I think you have wore everybody down from the part of getting into the detail and into the weeds, and quite impressive. And thank you very much. Any other questions from any of the committee members? If not, if you might want to hang around a while, I'm sure some of the members at break would
I'm
probably
here for a
like
few
to ask
days, so I'll
some
stick
other
around.
questions. Good to have you. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Georgia Horse Racing Coalition. while we're waiting on them to come up and get set up, there's no rhyme or reason how the agenda is set. As Lake Council had stated a while ago, that we have, there's various forms of gaming. Quite frankly, I tried to identify that we're talking about casino, brick and mortar style, horse racing, which has been unique to say the very least about trying to wrap my hands around that. And I will tell you, from somebody who's followed horse racing, that loves to watch horse racing on TV and places like that, it's been quite a phenomenon for me to learn a little bit more about the horse racing industry, and I don't know anything, quite frankly, except it just appears to me to be the great American sport. And then last but not least, sports betting. Those of us who might have darkened doors of a facility are familiar with sports betting inside casinos where you place a bet. But it appeared to me once we started looking into this that it goes quite further than that, that the future in sports betting isn't just in brick and mortar structures, but it's app-based, electronic-based. And then, quite frankly, what little I know is it's probably the most abused system there is, that for a state that's not a gambling allowed state, it seems to me to be more people bet on their telephones than they make phone calls, quite frankly. That being said, we have gentlemen here from the horse racing industry, and they have plenty of time this afternoon to educate us on horse racing, and I think this is probably going to be an enhanced version. Out of respect to former chairman of Regulated Industries, Roger Williams, who passed away recently. He was a big advocate for horse racing, and back several years we passed horse racing out of the Regulated Industries Committee when he chaired this, and that's been several years ago. So that being said, I want to welcome y'all here, and if you would, introduce yourselves, and let's get on with it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dear members. Can everybody hear me? Oh, yeah, this is better, yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Dear members, thank you for having us. My name is Carl Buchart. I'm the chairman and have been for a long time of the Georgia Horse Racing Coalition. I moved to the United States in 1978 from Belgium. I realize most of you probably thought I was a native from South Georgia based on my accent. With me, I have two very dear to the horse industry friends, people from Kentucky. Senator Damon Thayer with me here on my first on the right side here. He's the majority leader of the Kentucky Senate, and in his free time he owns Thayer Communications, which is communications and consulting, which he does a lot of work for the thoroughbred industry. And then Brian Elmore is with us from Indiana. Brian has managed the two Indiana tracks for the last 10 years, and he's now the executive director of the Horsemen's Benevolent and Protective Association, which is the association that represents the owners and the trainers of thoroughbred racing in Indiana. And overall, he's been in the industry for 44 years. Thank you, gentlemen, for taking the time to come over here. So the proposed investment in Georgia would be $700 million spread over 3 tracks. One major track in the Atlanta region, which would be somewhere between $400 and $500 million, and that would include retail, entertainment. It'd be a complex, pretty much like the new Braves stadium and complex. And then the 2 other tracks would be somewhat smaller in investment, but would still be really high class. So the things that I want to briefly make clear that are on anybody's mind is during construction, this will create 19,000 jobs in the state of Georgia. 19,000 jobs. After the construction, there will still be 11,000 jobs in this industry, of which 7,000 in rural Georgia. And, as we've been here many years in front of your panel and other panels, and by the way, Chairman Williams was a really good friend of mine because he was our state representative in Dalton, Georgia, where I lived most of my career so far. And Roger was a really, really good friend, and it's just a shame that he's no longer with us, and he served his community and the state really, really well. So 11,000 jobs will remain after the construction, of which 7,000 in rural Georgia. And as I said, I remember being in front of many of your committees. And, you know, there's always been this desire to come up with a good solution for rural Georgia because, you know, Georgia is very much about Atlanta and the big metropolitan area, and now 6 and 7 million people, and maybe going to as much as 8 million people in the next 15, 20 years. But rural Georgia continues to struggle, and here is an opportunity to bring some really nice jobs and industry, sustainable industry to rural Georgia. I'm talking about horse farms, breeding farms, hay farms, oats, training facilities, etc., etc. So I think it's a great opportunity for rural Georgia, and I think it's important to mention that. Overall, and I could give you 100 figures, but I know that is something that you can study in the third version, updated version of Dr. Lewis, who's a professor at Georgia State University, and she's made updated versions three times now. So the first version was about 6-7 years ago, if I remember correctly. Her latest updated version, which you will get a copy of next week, I believe, gives all the updated figures. But the bottom line is that the GDP for the state of Georgia will be $900 million a year and $4.5 billion over the next 5 years. Those are two important figures. And the economic output of the industry will be $1.8 billion a year, so $9 billion over 5 years. And there's all kinds of figures that make up these numbers, which I won't bore you with, but they will be very, very well explained in the latest version of the study by Dr. Lewis. Last but not least, I want everybody to know that there will be a very important commitment to the well-being of the horse, which is on the forefront of everybody's mind in this industry. Kentucky has created this facility called Maker's Mark Secretariat Center, so it's called after the best race horse of all times, but also sponsored largely by Maker's Mark, the whiskey people, and it just repurposes horses after their horse career. And the interesting part is most horses retire from their racing career at 4. And most horses don't start a career in other parts of the equestrian world until they're 4. So it's perfectly compatible, and it works really well. And I believe that people will stand in line in Georgia to start a facility like that. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my friend Senator Thayer, who's going to tell us how everything looks in Kentucky and why he wants to be here to help spread the word.
Thank you, Carl. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, it's great to be in Georgia today. I've been before a lot of House committees trying to get my bill passed back home in Kentucky, but this is a new experience for me. We have the same microphone provider, so I sort of feel like I'm at home.
Feel free to know we'll treat you with more respect than we treat some of our senators.
I see the friction between the House and Senate chambers is alive and well here in Georgia, just like it is in Kentucky. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And by the way, before we begin, I think Representative Harrell and I would like to note to Carl that while all whiskey is bourbon, while all bourbon is whiskey, all whiskey is not bourbon. Okay. And Maker's Mark is bourbon.
I'm sorry.
We'll get them trained. We'll get them trained. But I'm not here to talk about that export product. I'm here to talk about the equine industry. I am Damon Thayer. For the last 17 years, I've served in the Kentucky State Senate, and I've been the Senate Majority Leader since 2013. Like Georgia, Kentucky has a part-time citizen legislature. So my other job is as a sports marketing and management consultant specializing in the horse racing industry. I spent my entire professional career in the business. As you may be able to tell from my non-Kentucky accent, I was born and raised in Michigan. Don't be too hard on this northerner. I chose to move south of the Mason-Dixon line. I worked at racetracks in Detroit, Ohio, Maryland, and then moved to Kentucky in 1992 to work at Turfway Park, and then later spent 8 years at the Breeders' Cup. Then I got sidetracked into politics and started my own consulting gig because it worked better with the flexible nature of the schedule, as you all know what it takes to do the legislative work. So what I'm going to do is talk a little bit about the Kentucky economic drivers from the horse industry from an established state. When I'm finished, my colleague from Indiana, Brian Elmore, will talk about what it would be like in Georgia, where you'd be starting from square one, because that's exactly what they did in Indiana, started from scratch 25 years ago. But in Kentucky next year, we will run for the 146th consecutive year the greatest 2 minutes in sports, the Kentucky Derby. We've been doing this for a long time. Right now, I would argue that we are in an unprecedented era of growth, and I'll share some of those numbers with you. You have before you a PowerPoint that I asked my friend Elizabeth Jensen from the Kentucky Equine Education Project to put together for us today. The Kentucky Equine Education Project, known as KEEP, is a multi-breed coalition, similar to the Georgia Horse Racing Coalition, focusing on all breeds, but of course the thoroughbred, as you'll see, is the dominant breed and the dominant economic driver in Kentucky. Now, I don't want to bore you with too many numbers. I know what it's like to sit for a long time in a committee meeting and be regaled with numbers, so if we can, I'd just like to go briefly through some of these numbers in this PowerPoint. Right now, the estimate is there is over $23 billion of equines and assets across Kentucky. It's a big business, and what I hope to share with you with this information, again, without making you go numb from all the numbers, is it's a really big deal in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. And we only have 4.3 million people in the Commonwealth. We have twice as many barrels of bourbon aging in Kentucky right now, Mr. Chairman, than we do people, which is why we're very happy most of the time.
How lucky can y'all be?
Very fortunate, sir.
1 second. You said you have a PowerPoint?
There's in your packet, sir. I don't believe it's on the screens, but it's in your packet.
Thank you.
It says the impact of the horse industry on the Commonwealth. Kentucky is one of 3 commonwealths in the country, as you know. Being a fellow SEC state, I'm sure you know all about us. $23 billion is the value of equine assets in Kentucky. It contributes nearly $1.6 billion to our gross domestic product. Once you add in the ripple effects of feed, hay, veterinarians, lumber companies that supply the board lumber for all the beautiful fence we have in the barns, it's a $2.7 billion contribution to GDP. Then when you mix in the horse industry, hospitality, and tourism, the economic impact every year is over $5 billion and growing. I'm sure you've all heard of the Kentucky Bourbon Trail, which also is growing exponentially. We now have a new entity modeled after the Bourbon Trail called Horse Country, where, similar to the Bourbon Trail, people can book their visits to visit our famous horse farms, veterinary clinics, and racetracks. Some people come to Kentucky to do both. I would posit that if horse racing is legalized in Kentucky, you would see a similar activity grow here. Being a big Walking Dead fan, I know you have a huge film industry here that attracts a lot of tourists. I could see the marriage of these two things coming together to visit your horse farms and racetrack as well as your various film studios. Matter of fact, visiting the Walking Dead set continues to be on my bucket list, Mr. Chairman. You all know about American Pharoah. 2015, he became the first Triple Crown winner since 1978 when Affirmed won. American Pharoah spends half of his year in Kentucky in Versailles, just outside Lexington, where he stands at stud as a very valuable stallion. By the way, the other half of the year, he's in Australia on Southern Hemisphere time, engaging in the same activity. It's been estimated for those 6 months a year that he's in Kentucky, he's already generated $45.5 million in stud fees based on industry calculations. His first crop are 2-year-olds. He's already had 15 winners, which means he's off to a rip-roaring start at stud and is likely to continue to drive those economic numbers. $2.7 million in taxes on that stud fee have already been paid to the state's general fund. Not included in this are other ways that American Pharoah and subsequent Triple Crown winner Justify have impacted Kentucky's tax revenue through equine tourism, increased in interest in horse racing, and more. Both Justify and American Pharoah reside at Ashford Stud, just outside of Lexington, where they are the #1 stop on the horse country tourism stop tour 6 months out of the year, because everybody wants to see the only 2 living Triple Crown winners. Justify and American Pharoah are among 226 thoroughbred stallions standing in Kentucky. We also have over 4,500 active stallions among other non-race breeds. Here's an example of how the horse industry drives the economy. We do not have a vet school in Kentucky. Now, of course, I know that you have one of the best vet schools in the country at the University of Georgia. The General Assembly funds veterinary school slots at the University of Auburn, 36 of them a year, where we pay for animal science graduates from the University of Kentucky to go to Auburn, 36 slots at Auburn, 6 at Tuskegee, where we pay the difference between in-state and out-of-state tuition. It's cheaper than building a vet school at the University of Kentucky. So despite the fact that we do not have a vet school, because we are the horse capital of the world, we have 335 DMVs or DVMs, depending on how you put the acronym together, registered with the American Association of Equine Practitioners in Kentucky. And there are others not registered with AAEP. At Rudin Riddle, one of the largest veterinary clinics in the country, they have 319 employees. 65 are veterinarians, caring for 25,000 horses coming in and out of that clinic every year. Most of them are thoroughbred racehorses or breeding stock. Some of them are sport horses. But they have an incredible impact on the local economy through their businesses' salaries and taxes. Everyone's interested in tax revenue. The pari-mutuel wagering on horse racing in Kentucky generates $23.5 million a year in excise tax last fiscal year. That will increase this year as we continue to see the expansion of historical horse racing machines at existing and new tracks in Kentucky. That $23.5 million may not seem like a big number, but what I'm here to emphasize today is not this number, the money that goes direct to the general fund, but the economic activity from the jobs created and the tourism and the hospitality that then results in increased economic activity that drives revenue to our general fund. Last year, actually 2017, the Kentucky Horse Racing Commission, which is appointed by the governor and has a full-time staff and regulates horse racing in Kentucky, issued over 19,000 licenses to workers at our thoroughbred and standardbred racetracks. As a thoroughbred owner myself, I invest in a couple of partnerships. I have one of those licenses. It costs me $150 a year. That helps fund the Kentucky Horse Racing Commission and its operations. But as you can see, this includes trainers, assistant trainers, jockeys, exercise riders, mutual clerks, racing officials, farriers, dental technicians, veterinarians, event staff, and any other official function which must be licensed to step foot and work on a Kentucky racetrack. Here are some other numbers for the entire equine industry. We've got nearly 250,000 horses in Kentucky. Thoroughbreds are the #1 breed, but we also have 42,000 quarter horses, 36,000 Tennessee walkers, 14,000 American saddlebreds, 14,000 donkeys and mules, and you can see the rest of the numbers, including 9,500 standardbreds for harness racing, 7,000 ponies, 7,000 miniature horses. I would say that there are horses in every county all 120 counties of Kentucky. They're an economic driver in every county, but the thoroughbred obviously is the leading economic driver. According to the American Horse Council, 40 to 60,000 direct and indirect jobs in Kentucky. That number was recently updated by the University of Kentucky. And before you Georgia fans, get on me for mentioning UK. We're a fellow SEC school. Okay, we're all in this together. Yeah. We don't necessarily look forward to being down on Saturday. But that latest number from UK is 80,000 jobs. Like I said, we're on a positive trajectory. 80,000 jobs, over $3 billion a year in economic activity. There are 35,000 operations with at least one horse. In 2017, 17,275 thoroughbred mares were bred to our 227 stallions. As you can see, over a third of foals born in North America were born in Kentucky, and 55% of thoroughbreds in North America are sired by one of our stallions. We have some other numbers for the industry at large. 49% are riding on our trails, out-of-state visitors. Nearly 31% of households in Kentucky contain a horse enthusiast, and 10% use our public lands to participate in trail rides. And you can see some of the other uses of equines in Kentucky. Many for trail riding, breeding stock, idle not working. I call those lawn ornament horses. I've had a few of those in my life. Lots of competitions and horse shows. We're the home to the Kentucky Horse Park, where we host world-class horse shows, hunter jumper, dressage, eventing throughout the year. You can see the other things there. But what I want to leave you with, in a state of 4.3 million people, Kentucky's horse industry is number one, ranking in impact on our economy. And we're famous for bourbon, tobacco. We have a burgeoning hemp industry, industrial hemp. We are the third largest automotive manufacturing state in the union, behind Michigan and Ohio. I live 5 minutes from the Toyota plant in Georgetown. We have a large Ford truck plant in Louisville, and all the Corvettes in America are made in Bowling Green. The horse industry is number one. It is a huge driver of our economy. It helps preserve green space, promote tourism. It's outstanding contributor to the rural economy, especially in and around Lexington. In the 5 or 6 counties like the one I live in, Scott County, just north of Lexington, very rural, very rolling, and full of black or white board fence with horses on both sides of every road that you'll drive down in the rural area of central Kentucky. I want to talk just a minute about purses, which are the driving economic factor behind the success of horse racing and breeding. You've got to have good purses in order for people to run at your tracks, because that's the money that the owners and trainers and jockeys compete for. In order to have good purses, you have to have wagering on your product. Wagering drives those purses. So we had a peak in 2008 of $74 million wagered on Kentucky races. Then it started to dip after the recession, and we were down to $61 million in 2011. But in that year, historical horse racing was introduced at one of our tracks and has since been growing. And in 2018, we've gone from $61 million in purses in 2011 to $86.8 million in purses that owners and trainers and jockeys competed for in Kentucky in 2019. This number in 2019 will likely be north of $90 million. Churchill Downs has built a new historical horse racing facility in Louisville that is just going lights out and driving purses through the roof at Churchill Downs. Churchill Downs is also building a new harness track in western Kentucky that will have historical horse racing machines. And then they just announced the purchase of Turfway Park, where I used to work, in northern Kentucky near Cincinnati, where they will install 1,500 historical horse racing machines. So we have a year-round racing circuit at 5 thoroughbred tracks, Currently 1 harness track, soon to be 2. We have year-round simulcasting, and at every track but 1 and soon to be every track, we have historical horse racing machines. All of these items are taxed on a gross level of 1.5%. You make a bet on a race in Kentucky, whether it's live, simulcast, historical, 1.5% of gross. Now remember, 80 cents of every dollar wagered goes back to the winning bettors. That's how it works in a pari-mutuel system. So that 1.5% is part of the 20% takeout. So once you consider that it's part of that 20%, and then you take out 7 to 8% of purses, that 1.5% tax on gross is about a 33% effective net tax. It's a pretty competitive tax rate. The racetracks like it, and you can see by the growth we've had that it's working really well. People would say, well, why would you be down in Georgia testifying before a committee that's considering the legalization of horse racing in Georgia? Wouldn't that compete with Kentucky? Well, the answer to that question is pretty straightforward. Our thoroughbred horse industry is divided into 2 segments: racing at our 5 tracks that form our year-round circuit, and breeding, where we are the horse capital of the world, and we are an exporter of horses to the world. 80% of the horses born and bred in Kentucky never race there. We have people from 34 states and dozens of countries that come to our 2 major horse sales in Lexington. We have one starting next week. They come from all over the world and all over the country to buy our Kentucky breds. So, as a fan of horse racing, since I read the Black Stallion series when I was a kid, to someone who works in the industry, to a legislator, I can tell you that adding a state like Georgia to the 33 or 34 states that allow pari-mutuel wagering on horse racing would absolutely be good for Kentucky, because people would buy Kentucky breds and race them in Georgia. You would also have the possibility, if the law is written correctly, for a development fund like they have in Indiana, where you have races specifically for Georgia breds or Georgia sired horses. That would create an environment where people would build and operate horse farms in rural Georgia, just like we have in Kentucky, just like they have in Indiana. So you would have a mix of what we would call open races, where Kentucky breds would compete against Florida breds, Maryland breds, Pennsylvania breds. But you would also, if written into your statute and then properly regulated by a racing commission, you would have state bred and state sired races to incentivize the creation of those horse farms in rural Georgia that will absolutely not only preserve green space, but also create jobs and economic opportunity outside of the metropolitan areas. So that is my brain dump for you on Kentucky racing. I think horse racing in Georgia would be an out-of-the-ballpark home run. The Breeders' Cup is based in Lexington, and I used to work there. I worked there for 8 years. I know that the Breeders' Cup, for a variety of reasons, is going to be looking for new host tracks. The number of host tracks to host the World Championships, which are coming up in a couple of weeks at Santa Anita in California, there are only a couple of tracks that they consider. A properly built track somewhere outside of Atlanta that can hold a crowd of 45 or 50,000 people. I don't speak for the Breeders' Cup, but I would guess that they would 100% consider a new racetrack built to proper specifications as being a likely future and semi-regular host of the Breeders' Cup World Championships, which is the Olympics or Super Bowl of horse racing. So a lot of possibilities here for you to consider. I appreciate your time and attention and look forward to taking any questions when we're finished. But I'm going to turn things over to my friend and colleague, Brian Elmore. He is a longtime racetrack industry executive. We were talking last night. We've either visited or worked at just about every racetrack in the United States. And the ones we haven't, we know people who do. Brian now is the after running the racetracks in Indiana for 12 years, he is now the executive director of the Indiana Horsemen's Benevolent and Protective Association, which represents horsemen in negotiations with management. So I'm going to turn the microphone over to Brian.
You know, you just made it sound like we can't hold a job. As much moving around as we've done.
There's validity to that.
It might be. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm probably the luckiest person in this room here today. That's because for the last 44 years, I've got to follow my dream and my love of the racehorse and racing. And it's not a job to me, it's way of life. And people that are involved in the industry, the trainers, the grooms, the people who work on the backside, that's exactly how they perceive it. It's a way of life. And I want to share some statistics. I hope it's all right. I've got a stack of surveys and information that's about that thick back there in my briefcase, but I culled a lot of it in an effort to save time. And I kind of brought it down to just the Reader's Digest version for you folks, but I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have because I could talk about horse racing all day long. And one thing I did think about, yes, Damon, you are correct, Senator. Kentucky is the horse racing capital of the world. But you know why it's working in Indiana and why it'll work in Georgia? Is because you've all seen it. If you want to put in a good used car sales lot, where do you want to go? You want to go right next door to the guy that sells the biggest dealership in the county. That's where I want my car shop, right next door to him. So we being across the Ohio River to the north, we actually play off that. And you folks, there's a little strip of land between you and Kentucky. I guess they call it Tennessee. But in reality, you will have the same advantage. And what that's going to do is keep a lot of these horses, a lot of these stallions in this region. So that said, my name is Brian Elmore. I serve as Executive Director of the Indiana Horse Racing HBPA. And we represent over 2,000 owners and trainers that race in Indiana. And we have owners and trainers that race there from over 30 countries, several from Europe, Saudi Arabia, Japan, a lot of South America countries. And if I fail to forget, I want to make sure you understand this, is that if you establish this in Georgia, what you do is you bring people from other states and other countries that come into Georgia and invest their monies. I've served as general manager of 4 tracks, Texas, Kentucky, Ellis Park, and in Indiana. And the parimutuel horse racing industry can be a vital segment of a state's agribusiness. And I want to apologize to you folks over here. I feel almost, I'm like turning my back on you, and I want to apologize for that because I always like to really look at people when I talk, but I also got a sore neck from that flight down here, so I hope you'll excuse me for that. But the University of Georgia Extension Office reports the equine industry in the state of Georgia is healthy and a growing segment of the state's economy. There's a population of more than 74,000 horses in Georgia today, and the breeding and care of those horses have an economic impact of more than $750 million annually. Most of these horses, as Senator Thayer said, are quarter horses, Tennessee Walkers, Paints, American Saddlebreds, and Appaloosas. The current economic impact in Indiana, specific to the horse racing industry, is $1 billion a year annually. And remember, 25 years ago it was zero. It was zero. So if you take those numbers, and Georgia already has a $750 million agribusiness, easily it's going to surpass $2 billion economic impact if you pass horse racing in Georgia, easily. Georgia, let me give you reasons why. Georgia, due to its geographical size, which is 40% larger than that of Indiana, and a population which is 54% greater, along with its much more advantageous temperature climate, will draw significant financial investments from out of state and out of the country, while existing Georgia boarding, breeding, and training facilities will be able to expand and prosper. In Indiana, the top 4 industries positively affected by the horse racing industry are, number 1, by far and away, tourism. Number 2, food service and eateries. Number 3, employment services. And number 4, real estate establishments. Horse racing would bring together different strengths Georgia has in tourism and agriculture. Of Indiana's $1 billion annual economic impact, $245 million is in labor income, which generates approximately 7,000 full-time employment opportunities while generating over $159 million annually in state and local taxes. So let's talk about these 7,000 jobs just for a moment. Potential new jobs in Georgia. Due to the amount of land needed and associated cost of acquiring such land to operate boarding, breeding, and training facilities, most of these operations will be scattered across the state in rural and farming communities. These rural communities often do not have manufacturing, technology, or skilled trade opportunities. However, people in these rural communities do have skills and skill sets other people of workforce don't. They know how to drive tractors. They know how to operate combines, hay balers, and most importantly, they know how to handle, manage, groom, and look out for the well-being of livestock. You see, the horse racing industry, it's really all about the agribusiness and rural communities. Although our country is enjoying one of the lowest unemployment periods in the past several decades, the lack of employment opportunities in rural communities often force residents to relocate to urban areas to find employment opportunities to provide for their families. The establishment of the horse racing industry in Georgia will allow many rural residents to stay in their existing communities and be rightfully compensated for their skill sets, hard work, and provide for themselves and their families. In establishing a horse racing industry in Georgia, it will be imperative in order to maximize financial investment, employment, and state GDP to create a Georgia breed development program. Georgia has a rich tradition of being sports enthusiasts, whether it be at the high school, college, or pro level, such as the Braves, Falcons, the Dream, the Hawks. What about horse racing? Horse racing will touch all 159 counties in the state of Georgia through the agribusiness. I truly believe Georgia is positioned to be a major player nationally in the horse racing industry. I thank you so much for your time.
All right. Thank you so much, gentlemen. I've got a couple of questions that I'd like to ask to sort of help square me away, but you know, I've heard a lot about horse racing, and, you know, certainly I'm like everybody else. Watch it on TV, watch it on whatever. But I've always wondered, how many states, to start off, how many states allow horse racing today? And I'm speaking when I say that because I understand that horse racing isn't horse racing unless if people aren't able to bet on the horses. That's the first thing. So how many states allow horse racing and betting on horses?
Mr. Chairman, I believe it's 34.
All right. My second question to that is, in the horse racing world, is there a sanctioning body? Or I've always tried to wonder, we know about Kentucky. I think Kentucky has 2 racing seasons, spring and fall maybe.
Actually, we have a year-round circuit now. We have
Year-round
winter.
circuit.
We have winter racing on a synthetic
and I know
track.
that you get to the New England states, you've got like New York and maybe some other states up there that have horse racing.
New York, Maryland, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Massachusetts is attempting a revival, but there's no racing there now, but there has been for years. Virginia just reopened its track outside of Richmond. So there's a pretty good history of racing in the mid-Atlantic states.
Florida
is a huge state. Illinois, Minnesota, North and South Dakota, Washington State, California is a big state, obviously. There are some tracks in Arizona, New Mexico, numerous tracks in Texas, Oklahoma. I'm just going through my map now. Iowa, thank you, sir. Indiana, obviously. Michigan is only has a harness track now, sadly, but there's a group attempting to bring thoroughbred racing back there. Ohio has a number of thoroughbred tracks.
Is there any unification about when these various states and when those tracks have their races, or is there obviously there's a lot of overlapping? I mean, like I said, I know about Kentucky. You know about the Derby, of course, in the spring, and then it moves up to Maryland and on into New York with the Triple Crown. But is there anything that would guarantee that if horse racing, with betting on horse racing, was allowed in Georgia, that Georgia would fit into the scheme of when they would have a racing season? I've heard people say that Georgia's ideal because of the climate. And I've heard that being basically split between Kentucky and Florida, that, I've also heard that in some of the problems that they're suffering out in California, that one of the things that was interesting to me, that I had heard that they're moving the stock. A lot of the breeders or stables are moving stock out of California to the East Coast. I heard that y'all run out of places to board them up in Kentucky. And I'd made the comment to somebody at that. They said, well, it looks to me like we got plenty of rural areas in Georgia that it would be great. And they said, well, that's fine, except for some reason in the industry, they don't board horses in non-stake states, is what I was told. Don't know if that's true or not, but trying to get down to the point, what would ensure Georgia, if the people of Georgia decided to allow this, how would Georgia fit in? I heard Carl say there'd be 3 tracks. Why not 4? Why not 2? I mean, is that based on the profitability or the economic business model to see? I mean, is that the Georgia Horse Racing Federation's prognostication or your guess or whatever? I mean, it's ought to help me with this kind of stuff.
I can't answer this, sir. In the state of Indiana, we race 3 different breeds. We race thoroughbreds, standardbreds, and quarter horses. So depending on how many breeds might race in Georgia might help determine the number of tracks that would be sufficient.
So you can have races by the different breeds then?
Yes, sir.
All right.
That's a really good, multifaceted question, Mr. Chairman, and I'm going to let Carl speak to the potential build-out of multiple tracks in Georgia. I'm going to talk a little bit about the national setup, because I used to work at the Breeders' Cup when it tried a merger with the National Thoroughbred Racing Association. Unfortunately, one of the weaknesses of horse racing in this country is there is no National League office. There is no NFL, although after last night's game, maybe we could feel good about that. Thank you for picking up on that. There is no NFL, there is no NHL, there is no NBA, there is no Major League Baseball. It was tried, and it did not work. So basically what you have, all these 34 states, the power is vested in the regulatory body, the Racing Commission in each state. Generally, those members are appointed by the governor. Sometimes there are 11 members, 3 members, 6 members, 1 member. Depends on how the statute reads. I think a multiple member commission of 7 to 9 or 11 members is probably the ideal scenario, with a chairman and a vice chairman. Those commissions are responsible for establishing the rules and the regulations and the medication usage and the testing guidelines, like dosing abilities for Lasix and the withdrawal times, the threshold levels. All those things are set by the state. There is a national regulatory body, an association of Racing Commissioners International that tries to get the racing commissions to work together. And there is a racing and medication testing consortium that recommends medication usage guidelines for the states to implement, but is within the sole authority of the Racing Commission to establish the rules and regulations in each state. To your question, so there is no national body, Mr. Chairman, that would guarantee Georgia's success. But what would guarantee, in my opinion, is in the free market, if Georgia opened up a racetrack or racetracks where there was a year-round availability of simulcasting, historical horse racing, the dining and sports bar facilities that go with it, with a racing season that makes sense. And you're probably talking about in the wintertime would be a prime time, but there's no reason you can't race during the rest of the year. If you set up, whether it's one track that races in the winter or two or three that has a circuit or multiple breeds, if you have that kind of setup, driving huge purses, horses will come. They will come. It's like the Field of Dreams. If you build it, they will come. If you have a well-regulated, established racetrack or racing circuit with competitive purses, horsemen and owners will come here to race. And you might not be at full build-out in the first year. It might be a 3 to 5 year plan. I don't know. But to get to that point, if the purses are big enough, people will bring their horses here to race. And if you do, like Brian suggested and I mentioned, have a breed development program where there is a program where a specific percentage of the races, what is it in Indiana? What's the percentage?
45%.
45% of the races there are for state breds or state sired horses. You're going to get people creating those farms or sending their mares to be boarded here, because the eligibility is that the horse must, in order to be bred, B-R-E-D, in Georgia, the foal must be born here. And then there's often a residency requirement for mares, et cetera. That's all in the details later. So if you build it appropriately, and I think in a marketplace like this, one of the most vibrant cities in America, and I've done my research, I know your economy is humming along right now, it's going to be an out-of-the-ballpark home run in Georgia, and people will come here to race. What I can tell you about California is, yes, they are in a state of crisis out there right now. I don't think that's an exaggeration, and we have some horsemen from California who are splitting their stables and running some in Kentucky and some in New York as well, and the rumors are we may get more next year. I don't know how that's going to work out. I want California racing to be successful. It's important for Kentucky as an export state for that to happen. But, you know, in the pie, you could grow the pie, but you could also benefit from the pie getting smaller in other states. So I'm going to turn the mic over to Carl to address some of your other questions.
Thank you, Senator. I guess there is a good reason why you're majority leader. You just don't leave a whole lot of thoughts for anybody else after you have spoken. Thank you very much for your good comments. No, I would just add to this that, horse racing is a very, very nice sporting event which is available to everybody at a real affordable price. You can take your family, and for, in Saratoga, I think it's $10 a ticket to go in and have a wonderful afternoon and have a picnic, watch the races, sit back down, and really have a good experience. If you compare that to going to the baseball game or going to the football game or going to the soccer game now, those tickets are very expensive, and you just can't expect to go every week and watch those events and enjoy those events without, making a big hole in your wallet if you have a big family. So I would say that's critically important. As far as one racetrack versus 3 racetracks versus 4 racetracks, I don't think there is a real magic. Obviously, the city of Atlanta is such a major metropolitan area that the chances of the track and the whole complex, like I was saying earlier, to do a complex like the new Braves stadium with its retail and entertainment complexes to successful is almost a no-brainer. And to have people year-round to do simulcasting and historical horse racing to provide for an enormous amount of purses, again, is almost a guarantee. But then again, Savannah is a wonderful area, and there is probably a reason for a smaller track in the Savannah area, and Augusta could make the same case. So I would say whatever makes sense in the free enterprise environment that we are in this beautiful country, the free market will decide what makes most sense and what creates most jobs for the state of Georgia.
Mr. Chairman, if I may too, the ideal thing is the weather here in Georgia, as you mentioned. You could actually, if I'm a racetrack operator and I'm looking at this and I want to pick the best times of the year to race, I'm probably going to have 2 race seasons if I had a track year. I'm going to have my winter meet, and then I might take a break for 3 months and come back and have a summer fall meet and keep those horses rotating through here. The winter meet, because I'll gladly take on Oaklawn, they don't have a turf track, okay? Arkansas, yeah, oh, yeah, thank you. And down at Tampa, the purses have dwindled. Not everybody can go to Miami. Not everybody can get in at Miami. But if you talk about the race season, usually as the weather turns cold, especially the good horses move south. And that's where you see your southern racing and the stakes races and things of that nature. And then once spring hits, they move back up into Kentucky, move back up into New York, et cetera. But this place is sitting in the prime spot. And I don't have a dime in it. I wish I did, because this is right exactly where I want to be.
Trying to wrap my hands around some of this. So to answer that question, there's no limit about the number of tracks that could be offered, since they do all sorts of different type of races among breeds and genre of horses. And
Yeah, I would say between the different demographics around the state and the different kind of races, thoroughbreds, quarter horses, standardbreds, there might be multiple opportunities.
I know that there's been a good bit of talk amongst learning a little bit about horse racing, that it has been told to me that the failure in Alabama was because they didn't allow other forms of gaming, and that they wanted other types of gaming there, and then that's brought about a new term that I've learned about recently called racinos. Could you address that?
Well, I think the biggest reason why Alabama failed is because their business plan included a lot of people from Atlanta that they were assuming would make the 2.5-hour drive over there without traffic, worse with traffic, and that just never happened. And clearly here we have year-round simulcasting and historical racing with it, which, foresees for, the amount of money that is necessary to have the right kind of purses during the racing season. And if you have the right purses and a great complex, you gonna attract the right horses, the right trainers, the right owners. And, like the senator said, there is no doubt in my mind that we would be moving up from nowhere to right there in the top 3 for consideration for the Breeders' Cup. And the Breeders' Cup, ladies and gentlemen, again, is the world championship. It is the Super Bowl of horse racing that we could come here, every 3 years. I mean, it rotates now between Louisville, Kentucky, the Bourbon State. Did I say that right? And then Santa Anita in California, which has some issues clearly, and then Belmont in New York. And the problem with Belmont is in November the weather is totally unpredictable, and in Atlanta we still have all kinds of nice weather in November, even in December. So I think we're wonderfully placed to have this Super Bowl of racing every 3 years here minimum. And while building a facility, while creating 19,000 jobs while construction is going on, while keeping 11,000 jobs after construction, while 7,000 of those jobs are going to rural Georgia. I mean, it's just an absolute win-win the way I look at it, and by the way I've looked at it for many years. But I'm not giving up. I think it's a really good cause, and it's worth for me to just come back year after year and try to make the point in order to get this beautiful opportunity finally see take place and live.
In Indiana, we do have 2 racinos. Hoosier Park and Indiana Grand are racinos, sir. And if you'd asked me, could a standalone race track make it? Well, yes, they can. But with a racino, where funds are dedicated to the horse racing industry, it thrives. Last year in Indiana, we got $55 million from slot revenues that are dedicated to the horsemen in Indiana to go towards purses. And last year, Indiana had the biggest gaming bill pass since the inception of riverboats and pari-mutuel gambling, of which, again, at the racinos, the horsemen are going to share in the dividends of live table games. So that's helping drive the business because the people follow the money in horse racing.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I just wanted to note that I brought an article here from the Alabama Reporter, October 19th, 2019. And you're right, Birmingham Racecourse, which now I think all it does is have greyhound racing, they've installed 300 historical horse racing machines. And to explain those simply, they are pari-mutuel machines that allow players to place bets on horse races that occurred sometime in the past, coming from a huge database. They are pari-mutuel machines that are linked together. There's a pool, and the result of the race is what generates the winning number. Also would like you all to know we do not have casino gambling in Kentucky. I think it's very unlikely, improbable that we will, but we have historical horse racing, and the horse racing industry is pretty content with that because it's absolutely driving our purses through the roof, probably heading towards $100 million within the next couple of years.
All right. Brother Al Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know coming from the majority leader in the Senate that it will be kind of tough to overcome horse racing in Kentucky. But I was listening very closely, and some interesting things. By the way, I think for your winning horses, you got one of the doggonest retirement packages I've ever seen. But what I'm trying...
It's a good deal if you can get it.
It's a good deal, boy, if you can get it. But the numbers are unbelievable, 40-some thousand to 2,000. But anyhow, what I'm trying to look at, you keep mentioning the rule, benefit to rule, and that excites me. I want to listen, but I've just had a few rodeos, and I know that the metro area sucks a lot of the oxygen out of the rest of middle and rural Georgia. Now, believe me, we disproportionately play the lottery, but we don't get many jobs from the lottery in rural Georgia. And I'm nervous about, I love the concept, but I want to see the benefit to those who don't have any jobs now in economic wastelands in rural Georgia. I need to hear more specifics about how it's going to help working folk or potentially working folk in rural Georgia. I'm talking about money to go to the bank with. I'm not talking about we coming tomorrow.
Thank you, sir. Well, clearly, I mean, the 7,000 of the 11,000 jobs that we're projecting for the whole industry are in rural Georgia, and they're projected to be at hay farms, at horse farms, training facilities, breeding farms. So there's a whole lot of, kind of farms that will create lots of jobs. And from the best we can tell, those comparing to other states, these jobs, pay, $35,000 to $40,000 a year, and that's a nice payment for a job in a real rural setting. On top of that, it creates a lot of beauty. It creates a lot of new beauty for cities or for villages that hadn't really had a whole lot going on in the last several years or decades even. It'll increase the values of the property. It'll be good for all kinds of reasons, and more and more people will want to live there in a rural area where there is some nice activity and some good jobs. That's the way we think about this.
Sorry, Brian, I've got this great graph here in the back of your Georgia packet that I'm going to take home with me to Kentucky. If you look at the last page, one racehorse affects the employment of first of all, the employers of the owners enabling business. Most racehorse owners have other businesses. The feed and bedding dealer, the tack and equipment dealer. Tack is saddles and bridles and blankets and things like that. The blacksmith, veterinarians. The hot walker, that's the person who, after a horse works out or races, walks the horse to cool him out for 2 hours after the race. The groom, person who brushes the horse and cleans their hooves and takes care of them. The exercise rider, that's the person who, during the morning training hours, gallops the horse around the track to the trainer's specifications to get them in shape for the races. The trainer, the jockey agent, that's the person who books the rides that each jockey has. The valet, should be pronounced valet, but we pronounce it valet in horse racing. That's the person who assists the jockeys to get their tack and silks ready in the jockey's room for each race. The truck driver, the insurance agent, all these horses have to have insurance. So do the farm properties. Barn and track maintenance crew. The bloodstock agent, the person who engages in the buying and selling of horses. The auction house employees. I mean, I could see one of our major Kentucky auction houses, Fasig-Tipton, coming to Georgia to conduct a horse sale someday. They do that in multiple states where there are mature markets. So these are going to be well-paying jobs in rural Kentucky, Representative Williams, and I appreciate your concern for that.
Said rural Kentucky. I hope not. How about rural Georgia?
Sorry, rural Georgia. I'm used to,
No, I was just messing with you.
That's right. I like you messing with me, Representative Williams. We could share a bourbon together.
Your own.
Okay.
Bring your own, though. Bring your own. Let me liken the horse racing industry. It's very simple. It's much like an iceberg, okay? It's much like an iceberg. And you only see the top 10%. And that's at the racetrack. That's where all these equine athletes come together and human athletes to put on the show. Everything below that is out here in these rural districts. It's these farmers growing the grain and the hay and the straw. It's the breeding operations. It's taking care of those stallions. It's veterinarian services. It's farriers. It's things of that nature. That 90% down here rolls up to only what you see. Right. And in Indiana, just on what you said, Carl, in Indiana, the 7,000 jobs it created, in the rural settings, it was an average of $36,000 a year. And in Indiana, in many of our rural situations, that is a pretty good income. That's like making $55,000 and living in Indianapolis.
Brother Williams, is that it?
All right.
Well, I don't know if I'd bet on it, but I believe I'd like to take a bet to see which one of you two could drink that bourbon down the quickest. Mr. Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, thank you all for being here. Mr. Leader, I was just kind of curious, like, you've answered this probably about 3 different times, but with regards to, say, for instance, Keeneland that's opened in April and then, what, again in November or something like that right now? If you're not there during the 3 weeks in the fall or the spring, what's going on there?
Well, that's a great question. Because Keeneland's main business is an auction house. They have horse sales in January, April, September, and November, and race meetings in April and right now in October. So they're either getting ready for a race meet, putting on a race meet, or getting ready for a sale or conducting a sale. And so it's year-round action. The employees out there joke around about the short window that they have sometime in July to actually take a vacation.
So is that typical at a track, per se?
No, Keeneland's business model is atypical. Now, its operation as a racetrack should be emulated by everyone in the country, in my opinion. It's a very special place. It's only open for 3 weeks in the spring and 3 weeks in the fall. So, it has that element of, wow, I better get out because it's going to be closed soon. But the way they operate their racetrack is one that a lot of racetracks try to emulate. But their primary source of revenue is they get a commission on the sale of every horse that they sell. I think it's 5%. They sell weanlings, which are 6 to 8 month old horses that have just been weaned from their mothers. They sell yearlings. They have a 2-year-old in training sale. They have a horses of racing age component. They have brood mares. That's female horses, the breeding stock. So they sell across the whole spectrum of equines, from babies to to older mares that are, in their prime breeding offspring producing years. So that's a little different of a business model than, say, Turfway Park or Ellis Park in Western Kentucky, where Brian used to work. They have a race meet that basically goes from July 4th to Labor Day, but the rest of the year they're open for simulcasting from other tracks and historical horse racing. So you get that economies of scale and certain labor economies of scale from being open year round, and then you ramp up with more employees during the live part of the meet. But that way they with simulcasting and historical horse racing, they're able to provide year-round jobs with benefits to employees, and that's the model at most of the tracks.
Okay, great. Thank you so
It's
much.
a good question. Thank you.
Keeneland is also a not-for-profit. So as Senator Thayer was saying, is they generate a lot of their revenues from the sales. And a couple weeks ago, Yearling Coat, who's never been broke, sold for $8.4 million. So you can figure, and you get the 5% on that, and that goes on day. Thousands of horses go through there. They have to find some way to give some of their money away. And they do it in a very great job in their setting with, there's no more traditional place than going to Keeneland.
Yeah, it's that's a good point. I failed to mention they are a nonprofit, and they plow all their profits back into racing, and they also have a huge charitable component. And by the way, Mr. Chairman, that $8.2 million yearling was sired by American Pharoah. Pretty good return on a $150,000 stud fee, though.
Makes me wish I'd been born a racehorse. Chairman Harrell.
With that, can I be excused? I want you to get no more thoughts.
Well, you've answered, appreciate all three of you, and you answered most of my questions throughout the subsequent discussion. Let me clarify one thing, though. The growth in the industry that's come back since the recession is fueled by the increasing purses, which are being fueled primarily from the betting on the historical races. Okay, so that's kind of what's supporting the increasing size of purses, which is
but it's what comes first, the chicken or the egg?
Right.
Those you're absolutely right, Representative Harrell. Did I pronounce it correctly, Harrell?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. The purse increases are driven by historical horse racing. Race fans in Kentucky love those pari-mutuel games. It drives the purses higher, which then results in more horses running in our races. And the more horses that run in a race, the more, it's just a simple algorithm, the more people bet on them. It's one of the reasons we have 20 horses in the Kentucky Derby instead of 10 or 12. It drives more betting on the races. So yes, it's primarily driven by HHR, but it's increased purses, which increases field size, which increases the traditional betting on our races, both in Kentucky and as a simulcast product, as well as advanced deposit wagering, where people can wager on an app on their phone, which is legal in several dozen states. So that is also driving more revenue, more betting, more revenue, and then increased purses. So it's a winning cycle. If you can get those purses up, everything else will follow. Everything else will follow.
Well, and then I too, just kind of a statement. One thing that stood out to me, and both before you, Mr. Gordon with Wynn talked about Boston was basically full employment, and they had to train and create jobs and train people to do these jobs when they came in, and we're sitting at about 3.6% in Georgia right now, and Mr. Elmore mentioned that you've just lived this wonderful life because you do what you love every day, and you talked about career jobs at the casino, second generation jobs. So one of the things I think that's important when we're looking at jobs is give employees Georgia choice. We talk about not having jobs available in rural Georgia. Some people, they would prefer not to, are moving to urban areas to maybe take a job that isn't their favored profession. So just giving citizens of Georgia choice in where they can work, choice in the types of jobs that they can find, I think is critically important, and it remains important even when we have what appears to be historically low unemployment. Because some of those people are working in positions and jobs that they would prefer not to. And so, I think it stood out with both presentations where you had opportunities for creation of new types of jobs that don't exist in Georgia today, in different areas around the state that may not have had the best opportunities for jobs. Nothing that we're talking about, I think, on this committee is a silver bullet. It's not going to be a silver bullet and we're all of a sudden got more money that we can pay for everything we always want to pay. Well, that's not what we're talking about either. But again, to give citizens of Georgia choice of employment location and occupation and earn a good living, I think is really right in the wheelhouse of one of the things we're trying to do. So I appreciate both the testimony of both of you in that area, and I just wanted to hope the committee kind of understood it the same way I did, because I thought that's very, very important. I appreciate that.
Do we have any other questions from any of the committee members? Now, this is your first shot, because your second questions, if you have to ask me, you may not get the correct answer about horse racing. No other questions? Before we take a break for the committee, we have a member that's came in that didn't get a chance to introduce herself, even though she needs no introduction. Chairman Houston, if you would be, what's your number there?
23.
If you would, say a word of grace over it. It's so good to have you.
Well, thank you. I'm sorry I was late, but thank y'all so much for coming. I do have a question. You mentioned horse racing in winter and summer.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, would the heat have anything to do with running horses in Georgia in the summertime?
I believe probably not. Let me tell you what, it gets hot also in Kentucky and Indiana. So, I mean, the key thing about that is how you take care of your horses and you prep your horses. For instance, when we run in heat, we have procedures in place whereby we have cold running water, and the vet truck carries ice water, a big tank in the back of it, where if a horse gets overheated, you can cool it down. So no, I would not fear, because you got to remember they run in Tampa in the middle of July.
Okay.
So they're running somewhere,
yeah.
or Miami. They run the summer meet.
I just know with my children riding horses, they get mighty hot when
They sure can, man.
and we don't have water to put on them.
Representative Houston, another solution could be night racing.
Okay, thank you.
Our track in western Kentucky, where it gets very hot, they're putting in lights to go to night racing. And
Right.
So that would be a solution as well.
And I represent 3 counties in rural Georgia, and you mentioned Tifton, and we'd love for y'all to come put an auction down in Tifton anytime. Thank you.
Very good. All right, if there's no other questions of the gentleman, I'd like to thank y'all, Senator. Pleasure. Carl, thank y'all for being here today. And if y'all might want to hang around, when the meeting's over, I'm sure there might be some other questions. And we certainly do appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr.
That being
Chairman.
said, our next speaker, we're going to have a presentation from the All-American sports of some of us that love racing, and that's from the folks at Atlanta Motor Speedway. But before that, we're going to take a break. Let's take about a 15-minute or so break. Calling all jockeys, calling all jockeys. Gentlemen. Now I brought a full one back. All right, do we have all the members here? Brother Williams is here. I understood he was out auditioning for jobs a while ago. All right.
I ain't no American Pharaoh, though.
All right. You are to some of us, Al. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead. We've got a couple of more presentations today before we get into the next 2 days that are chock full. It's quite a pleasure that we have Mr. Ed Clark with the Atlanta Motor Speedway, probably an icon of Georgia business and entertainment in the state of Georgia down there with NASCAR racing and a lot of the other events that they do. Ed, turn it over to you.
Well, thank you very much. It's great to have this opportunity. I have learned so much already today and learned that we have a lot to learn. We obviously are somewhat experts in the NASCAR racing business. I've learned a lot about horse racing and in that industry. I think it's very exciting, the thought of all of this. But I just want to say, first and foremost, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today and to learn, and know everybody else here is doing that too. I want to start off giving you just a little bit of an overview on Atlanta Motor Speedway for those who don't know. We've been in business since 1960. We opened then primarily to run NASCAR racing events on our 1.5 mile speedway. One thing we're proud of is that Atlanta Motor Speedway has hosted more 500-mile racing events than any other racing facility in America. Next March, with our Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500, we'll run our 105th 500-mile racing event. Now, with those events, we draw people from all over the nation, from a number of foreign countries who travel here, but we also have other events on our schedules. I have neighbors who ask me, well, what do you guys do after the race is over? But we have other major events. We have on our NASCAR weekend, it's a 3-day weekend. We have all 3 of NASCAR's touring series, not only the NASCAR Cup Series, but also the NASCAR Xfinity Series and the Gander Outdoor Truck Series. We have two major car shows each year, the Import Alliance and the Summit Racing Equipment Atlanta Motorama. We now do a 3-day Imagine Music Festival. We host the Georgia State Fair. Just this past weekend, we hosted the Atlanta Air Show featuring the Air Force Thunderbirds, a very popular event. We also, a lot of people don't realize this, we do 15 weeks of O'Reilly Auto Parts Friday night drag racing each Friday night through the late spring into the summer, and about 23 legend racing events. Over 90 of the drivers that have raced in our legend racing program there at Atlanta Motor Speedway have gone on to run in one of those 3 top touring series of NASCAR or the Indy 500. It's something we're really proud of. We get them at about age 8 to 12. Grow them up, send them on their way, and guys like Joey Logano, who was last year's NASCAR champion, we saw race when he was a little 8-year-old kid. So really proud of that, but not only do we do that, last year Atlanta Motor Speedway was used 356 days of year. That's all over our 840 acres for a variety of things, such as motion picture filming and private industry filming, corporate meetings and events, driver training, everything from a school we host for new drivers, teenage drivers, to learn the basics of safety. We have a motor carrier training we do for the Greyhound bus people. Also motorcycles. You buy a new motorcycle, where do you go learn to do the safety maneuvers? We have a place for that. We've done a number of major event rallies, motor coach rallies, things of that nature. We do a great number of manufactured vehicle and product introductions and testing, athletic events, and industrial and trade shows. So, and on top of that, charity and social events. We do everything from weddings to proms, if you can believe it, at Atlanta Motor Speedway. So we have, through the years, become not only a motorsports facility, but really an event facility. We're nationally and internationally known and followed. Each year we attract hundreds of thousands of visitors, from, as I said, from all over the United States and a number of countries. And therefore we have a pretty significant economic impact on our region and our state, something we're really proud of. We've been a long-standing tradition in Georgia. I think, if I'm not mistaken, we were the first professional sport in the state of Georgia. So something we're proud of. And a little-known fact for our friends with the horse racing, Atlanta Motor Speedway was originally, the original concept was to be a horse racing track. So there's a little bit of trivia for you. But now we're ready for our next step as we look and have a strong interest in broadening our business footprint. And that would be through the creation of a major destination resort. Very much, Mr. Gordon, enjoyed your presentation on the Wynn, and certainly that has us all thinking. I know I took pages of notes, but we want to create something that would be an attraction and have elements that bring people of all ages, families for multi-night stays, a fully integrated resort that would include gaming and a multitude of other activities, and something that we would build and operate in lockstep with our region, our local community, and the people therein involved. As Mr. Gordon said, something like this cannot occur without the full support and cooperation of your local business and political community, your regional community, and your state community. So if you would just imagine, this is all conceptual because we haven't built anything, but a resort with major hotel and convention space, timeshare apartments and condominiums, casino gaming, which would probably take somewhere in the 8 to 10% of the overall footprint, retail shopping, variety of dining facilities from high-end rooftop dining to poolside, and a various variety of entertainment activities, really, again, for the entire family, for people of all ages. I think the norm today is it's not all about gaming. It's about entertainment. And if we can provide the right entertainment experience, there will be families who come. They may not choose to gamble, but certainly gambling would be an opportunity as part of this. Elements could include things like a theme park with a selection of rides for, again, people of all ages, indoor-outdoor water park, indoor-outdoor concert venues, karting, perhaps a golf complex of some type, outdoor adventure courses, a cinema, and a grand-scale nightclub. The completed project could look something like you see here with the Speedway in the background. Obviously, having the facility there, the racetrack and all the events that we have that bring so many people each year is a plus. So much of our infrastructure is in place, and this rendering was created with the help of Foxwoods Resorts, which is a business partner that we partner with at a number of our other facilities, as well as Atlanta Motor Speedway. But that would give you an idea of the magnitude, the footprint, the hotel towers, and the other facilities that could go along with it. So you may ask, why Atlanta Motor Speedway? Why build it there? And we think it's a natural location. First of all, the infrastructure that we already have in place. We can take care of crowds of well over 100,000 people at race time. We have parking, camping, other amenities for that. We do it on a regular basis. We know how to do that part of what we do. Secondly, the opportunities of job creation. I think everybody's talked about that. Thirdly, location. We're 29 miles from downtown Atlanta, 21 miles from Hartsfield-Jackson Airport. We're convenient to I-75. We have access by 4-lane highway right to Atlanta Motor Speedway off of I-75, which I'm told, and my understanding is that the people who commute through our state would be a great number of the people who we would expect to visit the property there at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Another huge benefit adjacent to the facility itself is the Atlanta Speedway Airport. So people with private aircraft could literally fly in and land 1 mile away from this facility. Is another huge benefit. When you look at the schedule and everything we do throughout the season, just the base of hundreds of thousands of people who week in and week out circulate through Atlanta Motor Speedway would certainly be a plus for this location. And then you look at the population base, an estimated 8.5 million people within 100 miles. That gives you a huge drive-in audience, but we certainly feel like we would attract people well beyond this distance, really throughout the country. We're very blessed where we are at Atlanta Motor Speedway to have a very supportive local political and business environment. I think that's something that is a must for a project like this. So we're excited about it. We would be doing this with an operating partner with experience in what they do. We're experts at racing, auto racing, and I always learn things when I hear how other businesses work, like the horse racing industry. But we need a partner that there's proficient in the gaming industry and the operating of major facilities and attractions as this to partner with us there at Atlanta Motor Speedway. So the benefit, Georgia, certainly this is, if nothing else comes from all these meetings and hearings, the fact that this is an economic engine for this state is first and foremost. Everybody talked about jobs. We have expected that this would be somewhere in the neighborhood built out of $1 billion project, would create upwards to, the number we use is about 3,000 jobs, 3,000 workers to complete the project. As far as facility operations, once it's completed, 4,000 to 5,000 jobs. And when you consider in Henry County where we are, a huge percentage of our population drives each day, commutes to Atlanta or somewhere outside of the county to work. This would create an opportunity for people who grow up there to stay home, keep people in their local community, and wouldn't force them to leave the community to have a high-paying job. So 4,000 to 5,000 new jobs through the facility operation. For us, the enhancement of the current events that we have, we feel like would be huge. We think it would help us create new event and activities, opportunities that we don't currently have. And that would increase the economic impact to our local area and our region. And of course, the state's going to derive major revenues from licensing, regulation, and tax proceeds that are going to support education, health care, or other things as these discussions go on that are deemed to be appropriate. So it's it's a win-win really for everyone. I can think of no reason that this shouldn't be something that we look at in Georgia. It's going to generate revenues to support education, to support great causes. We certainly encourage the legislative support, the support of the residents of Georgia. We're committed to work with a partner to make this happen. And if we can do that, all of Georgia wins. And it's a great thing. So I appreciate the opportunity to tell you a little about our story, our interest. We're committed to this and look forward to spending more time with each of you as the process goes forward.
All right. Thank you very much, Ed. First question, Chairman Stevens.
Ed, I'm real interested to see how NASCAR, you would be something really unique in the NASCAR circuit to have entertainment venues within the venue. I'm just curious, would they be amenable? Have you had any conversations with folks?
And not only would they be amenable, I think the way NASCAR operates is changing. We're in a period of change right now to where we're bringing more things to the events of NASCAR. There's actually already a casino at the Speedway at Kansas City where they'll be racing this weekend, the Hollywood Casino there. The track at Dover Downs has a casino and hotel property. I think you're going to see the activities around NASCAR racing weekends continue to diversify and be more of an event-based, full entertainment activity, and I think they would actually benefit each other. This is really not an exact comparison, but when you look at Monte Carlo and the Grand Formula One race that's held there, it's huge, and the yachts roll in, the people come from all over the world, and hopefully we could create a situation that is somewhat comparable with their events.
Thank you. Thank you for all that you've done for a rural area at one time over the years. And I had no idea you were the first professional team to be there, so that's a big deal.
Yeah, people don't realize this. We become the fourth largest city in Georgia for about 3 days each year, and when you stop and think about it, we calculate it takes between 4,000 and 5,000 people to put on an event weekend. And we have to provide the same services that a major city would. Everything from fire and safety, security, food service, all the things that you need to accommodate over 100,000 people, we have to be able to do. So it's kind of interesting to see it roll in. The circus comes to town, the circus leaves, and we all have a great time while they're there.
Appreciate the support.
Sure.
Dr. Collins.
Hey. Mr. Clark, thank you for being here with us today and for your support of what we're trying to accomplish here in our state. But listen to some of the comments you made, and one of the things I wanted to say was to say thank you for what you do. Each and every time we have a major weather event or a hurricane, and you open up your campground, to those who are in need. I think that is very generous, and I just want to say thank you for doing that and for your continued support of those people who are fleeing a weather event or a natural disaster. I think that's very important. We recognize that. So thank you.
Thank you. We do it because we would hope if we were in a similar situation, someone would do it for us, and it's easy for us to do. We've got all the facilities. Glad to do it.
Chairman Harrell.
Thank you, Mr. Clark, for being here. And Chairman Martin posited that potentially professional wrestling may have been here before 1960. But
well, and I won't argue that fact.
We remember the Sheik and Freddie Blassie, and we were trying to. But
I think I go back to Haystacks Calhoun.
There we go. But what a great history you've had in Georgia, and it seems to me like using this facility, you've 356 days a year, you've already got people traveling to your property. So I think there's certainly some really attractive, already existing attributes to what you're doing. My question though is, should we move forward with gaming and just in general on the sports betting proposition? How do you see that playing into even what you're doing today with races?
Well, I think there's no secret. Sports betting is being approved in more and more states rather rapidly around the country. The major leagues are pushing it. Some kind of quietly behind the scenes, but they're pushing it. And let's don't joke with anybody. Sports betting's going on everywhere, every day. And I understand the revenues that can be derived aren't percentage-wise as large as maybe from casino gaming and other things. But, my view is I think NASCAR's already instituted it at a couple of facilities where the states have approved it. I think it would be circuit-wide maybe in 5 years, but why shouldn't the state garner whatever they can garner from it as opposed to getting nothing right now? And I think you're going to see it almost universally across the entire country very soon.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate you being here.
Questions from any of the members?
I've got to ask you about your convention space.
What number are you, Penny? 23.
Your convention, you mentioned a convention space. What size? Because I know that we have the World Congress Center, and Georgia has a lot of bonds that have been issued that have to be paid off.
Well, we don't have. We have small meeting rooms currently. That we
but
do
you're not talking
but
about.
As part of this plan, there would be meeting rooms and things like.
But nothing like to be in competition.
We would
with
not.
us.
I don't think the Congress Center Authority would sweat too much about what we would be doing.
Okay, it won't be that big. Okay.
But
I just didn't
locally
want
in
you to
Air
be-
County, we have companies come to us constantly about holding corporate events that we can't accommodate.
Okay.
The county also does. So it would be.
Nothing the size that we're thinking about.
Hopefully we would have something that could handle a few thousand people.
Oh, okay.
But
All right.
not.
That's fine.
25,000.
Okay. All right.
We'll
I
do
just
that in the
didn't-
grandstands at the race on race weekend.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I just didn't want you to be horning in my.
Any other questions from any of the committee members? Tell you, this is a fairly sedate crowd. I'd like to thank you, Ed, for taking time to come up and share these visions and plans. After I've listened for what I've heard today, it sort of like dovetails into some things to me that Chairman Stevens has talked about as he's chaired the Economic Development and Tourism. Tourism is a destination, and it almost appears to me from listening to y'all are an well-established part of Georgia. Atlanta Motor Speedway has always been rock solid in the state. But now in looking at maybe a enhanced business model, am I gathering from what I've heard so far today that the actual gaming part of this is a very minor part? It's just it's just part of what adults
Well,
want to draw them in?
Don't get me wrong. I think it very, very much like what we heard from the Wynn. It's a small part of the space, but it's percentage-wise, it's a much larger percent of the overall revenue. So it's vital. It's just that we would, at Atlanta Motor Speedway, not be interested in building a building, putting a casino sign on it, putting some lights on it and saying, this is what we have. We want a full-out resort development that will attract people to come and basically be entertained. And for some people, that's just gaming. For some people, it's some gaming and shows and other activities. And for others, it's none of that at all. So I think in today's environment, I don't care whether it's here in Georgia or anywhere else you go, that appears to be the norm. And I don't foresee what we envision there at Atlanta Motor Speedway being any different.
Very good. Questions? Thank you so much, and I appreciate very much taking time
Yes,
to come
sir.
up.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have the Elite Casino Resorts. Hey, Brian, see if your Matt can help them with this.
Good.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Keel.
Dan,
Excuse
would
me.
you rather sit or stand at the
I
podium?
prefer to stand if that's all right with y'all.
Quite fine.
All right. So I brought my IT department with me. He's doing good.
I understand.
With me is Jeff Link. Jeff's one of our board members at Elite Casino Resorts, and I'm the chief executive officer. I appreciate the time to come here and tell our story. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about our story and how we got into the gaming industry, as well as gaming in Iowa, a little history, a little bit about the Iowa tax structure, and some of the lessons that I've learned over the 28 years that Iowa has had casino gambling. My parents, Bob and Ruth Keel, were from Dubuque, Iowa. They owned a small restaurant up in Dubuque, Iowa, back in the 1960s. Their business grew where they did a little catering on a local riverboat that cruised up and down the Mississippi River. And as business grew, their business was good, strong, kept expanding their operation. And in the 1986, they beat out a small company called Microsoft for the Small Business Persons of the Year from President Reagan up in the White House. So when riverboat gambling first was proposed in Iowa, we were opposed to it. We saw that as the end of our family business, and we fought it in the Iowa legislature for a couple of years. About 1989, 1990, my parents figured out that you can't beat them, join them, and that it was going to pass. And like all good business people, they threw their hat in the ring. And I'm proud to say we received the first riverboat casino license in Iowa, which was also the first riverboat casino license in America. We opened our first boat on April 1st in 1991, followed by another boat, a couple other boats in 92 and 94. But Iowa had a very long, interesting road in riverboat gambling. We first opened in Iowa. The most you could bet at any one time was $5. Was your maximum bet. You could only bet when the river boats were cruising, and you could only lose $200 on the cruise. So, being from the tourist business, we thought a 5-hour casino cruise was a great idea because that's what we did. Lo and behold, if people blow their $200 in the first hour and are stuck on the boat for 4 hours, it's not a very good idea. Needless to say, Illinois opened up with unlimited gambling the next year, and all of our customers left Iowa and went over to Illinois. So, and then they went down to Missouri. Mississippi came on not too much later, and in the middle of the night, some of the Iowa casinos up and left, and we had 5 casinos in Iowa at the time, and it was a very difficult time in the industry. So the state decided they had to make some changes to the industry. Today, we operate 3 casino integrated resorts in Iowa, located in rural communities, 2 of them. Reese Jones Championship Golf Course, hotel, 200-room hotel, spa, 4 dining venues, large entertainment complexes, in counties of about 18,000 people. So we have the Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, the Grand Falls Casino Golf Resort, and the Rhythm City Casino Resort. One of our business things that we do is we bring local investors into the project. So we operate as an Iowa public company or an Iowa interstate offering. So we have local folks, our shareholders in our properties as well. So that's a great business model as far as we're concerned. It keeps more of the profits locally, and it gives us a lot of well, when Grandma's family comes to visit Grandma, Grandma takes them down to her casino buffet to have lunch. So a couple quick facts about Iowa and gaming. We currently have 3.1 million residents in Iowa and 19 state licensed casinos, along with 4 tribal casinos. The ones highlighted in red are where our properties sit. 9 of them are in the rural areas, about 12 of them are on the border communities. So Iowa was very strategic when they put their casinos in. They wanted to protect their borders and attract out-of-state residents. Why did Iowa get into racing and gaming? Well, in the 1980s, the farm crisis left Iowa reeling. We had 300,000 farmers filed for bankruptcy. And so this gaming was put in as a way to help boost these river communities and these manufacturing communities. 1984, the state started with 3 dog tracks and 1 horse track. By 1989, that's when the legislature passed the riverboat gambling. They passed 5 licenses in Iowa to start on the border towns, and like I said, 3 of them left within 2 years. So Iowa was in peril as far as gaming. The horse track was going bankrupt in Altoona, and the communities were in trouble. So the Gaming Commission and the state decided to change the opportunity and give us the opportunity to build the casino resorts. In 1994, the legislator made Iowa more competitive with the other states, and it gave us a chance to upgrade our product. A couple of other things that Iowa did during that 2004 legislation that allowed land-based was they included a voluntary exclusion program. They required a minimum 3% of your revenue go to a local non-for-profit. So when we set up the Iowa legislation, you had to have a nonprofit partner that owned a casino license. So that also 3% of the gaming revenue goes to a local nonprofit that's doled out by community leaders. And they also adjusted the tax scheme for racetracks as well. At the 2004 commission meeting, the Gaming Commission sets a new criteria. Economic impact and economic development is one of the key drivers on the casino issues in Iowa. The licenses were granted based on market studies. They didn't want to cannibalize each casino, but they also wanted to help build the rural communities in Iowa. Like you said, 19 casinos and 3.1 million people is quite a amount of casinos for 3.1 million people, but the jobs it provided in rural Iowa is very important to the state and helped those small communities out.
Just one thing on the economic development piece. This was a very important development in our regulatory scheme because there was clamoring for more casino licenses to be issued at this time. And so when the commission set out these 6 factors, compliance, integrity, economic impact and development was kind of the crucial piece to this. They specifically said that they would use market studies to make sure that underserved parts of the state did have access to a license, but that we weren't going to cannibalize existing license holders. They wanted to reach equilibrium is the term that our regulators used, and it was an important guidepost for the commission to go forward. Then they also, of course, looked at factors like efficient and safe operation, community support. Iowa had a referendum requirement, so before an applicant could apply in any county, the county voters had to speak on the issue, and so that was an important piece of this. And then we also had an interest in nurturing our racing industry in the state. Just to show you how that impacted things going forward, in November of '04, the commission received 10 applications for new casino licenses. They granted 4 of those. One of the 4 was our property at Riverside. And that was in 2004. In 2010, the commission received 4 new applications, and at that point they chose only to grant 1 more property, and that was our property at Grand Falls. And one of the reasons that the Grand Falls property was attractive for our Racing and Gaming Commission, while it's in a county that only has 12,000 people, it's 15 miles from Sioux Falls, South Dakota, and so 85% of the revenue of that property comes from either South Dakota or Minnesota, and we get to collect the Iowa taxes on it. In 2014, there were 2 applicants for a casino in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, which is Iowa's 2nd largest city. But because it was 30 miles from our property at Riverside, the commission decided to turn down both of those because they thought it would just cannibalize revenue that the state was already collecting in the existing properties. There's one to the north in Waterloo, and our property is the one to the south. And they decided at that point that we didn't need another casino license. So just as you're putting this scheme together, it's kind of important to see how Iowa's done it. It seems like we have a lot of casinos, but they have turned down a lot of applications in the state as well.
So the big picture in Iowa, 1995, Iowa had $70.5 million in gaming revenue, with 2.2 million guests. 2019, fast forward to now, 1.47 billion in gaming revenue with 20 million guests. Iowa casinos pay $405 million a year in state, local, and county taxes. $339 million of that is gaming tax. It's the 6th largest revenue generator for the state of Iowa, and it provides 6% of our budget for the state. We employ 8,800 people. We have a total payroll with benefits of almost $300 million. I talked a little bit about the nonprofit picture. So what does the nonprofit mean? Last year, the nonprofits awarded $85 million in grants to nonprofit organizations in the counties that have casinos. There's also a program in place where they take a portion of the gaming tax revenue and they give it to the counties that don't have casinos. And that equated to $11 million last year in charitable grants. These direct grants equal an additional 2% of the state budget. This is on and above the tax that we pay to the state. So we pay 22% to the state plus the minimum 3% on top of that to get us about 25% tax. So a couple of things that Iowa does. They ask, I keep talking about Iowa. I'll use what my home state does is they require us to use Iowa-based vendors. So all things being equal, if price, quantity, timeliness, quality, we should purchase from Iowa vendors. And any contracts over $100,000 we're required to take to the Iowa Racing and Gaming Commission for approval. Iowa's casinos spent over $1 billion in salaries, goods and services, taxes and fees, and charitable contributions in 2018. $246 million in goods and services, 96% of those were purchased in-state. Among the states with legalized gaming, Iowa is the only state that requires regulated casinos to contribute a portion to their local charities and communities. Really like that benefit. I think that does great things for the rural areas where we operate. There's not a single fire department that doesn't have new gear, schools that don't have new band uniforms, all the types of things. You know, there's so many needs out there, so this provides a great opportunity for nonprofits to get some money. So the 16 counties with casinos, 85% or 85 million went to charitable contributions. So the role of the Racing Gaming Commission, we have a 5-member board. It's appointed by the governor, serves on the governor from the executive branch, and each commissioner has 3 years, and no more than 3 members can be from one political party. We also have the Department of Criminal Investigations that serves at each of our properties. Their job is to do background checks, criminal investigations, and there's one assigned to each property, and there'll be one at each property at all times, plus the regulatory folks are on each property as well. And there's another picture of where the licensed casinos are in Iowa. As you can see, we do a lot in the rural areas. Been a great economic boon and create a lot of great jobs. The tax rate in Iowa, again, is 22%. It's on a sliding scale. We pay 5% on the first $1 million, 10% on the next $2 million, 22% on everything over $5 million. Plus, we also pay a upfront license fee based on the population of the county in which we're operating. So a county of 15,000 or less people, it's a $5 million fee. 15 to 100,000 folks is $10 million, and 100,000 plus is $20 million. And that fee is paid out over 3 years. Oh, there's also a renewal fee that's based minimal fee compared to the rest of the taxes that we pay. The other thing that the industry does pay all the regulation cost annually. So we get hit up with a bill at once a year from the Gaming Commission. Iowa also passed sports betting this year, and happy to say we took our first sports bets August 15th. The tax rate in Iowa for sports betting is very competitive at 6.75%. And then we also pay a 0.75% tax to our nonprofit license holder. Again, the casinos created $1.47 billion in gross gaming revenue in 2018, and nearly $340 million in taxes and fees. So out of that 22%, half of 1% goes to the local community in which the casino is located, and another 0.5% goes to the county in which it's located. So the state nets 21%. Here's a little slide of where that money gets spent. They basically earmark $60 million a year for the general fund, and the rest of the gaming tax goes to rebuild Iowa infrastructure. Basically all of our universities have new buildings, and a lot of other things that they do with it. Vision Iowa was an economic development program to help provide grant funding for communities to build economic development, event centers and different projects. So I think the lessons that we've learned in Iowa, we started in this business 28 years ago, and we've learned, you got to be competitive. You need a stable regulatory environment, reasonable tax rate. The tax structure should be set up in such a way that, encourages capital reinvestment in the properties and encourages, the properties to prosper. Another lesson that we learned, like in 2004, we got off the river and we got land-based and started building these resorts, and I think that was the big emphasis for the state's growth. With that being said, I'd like to open it up for any questions.
Very good. Thank you so much. All right. Well, we do have several questions. Let's start with Chairman Stevens.
19 casinos, your drugs and prostitution's got to be through the roof over there. Y'all got any?
Well, I do have a little anecdote because we did have to pass local referendums, and so I did a lot of town hall meetings over the years, and drugs and prostitution was one of them. And I got to tell you, 2 years after we opened, I had a guy approach me on the floor and said, "I'm pissed off." And I said, "What's the matter, sir?" And he said, "Well, they said there was going to be all this prostitution and all this stuff, and I can't find any of it."
I expected that answer. Wow, 19 of those things. I like the part about the local buy-in. So essentially, the locals have to vote to allow it to come to their area.
Yeah, so the original rule was one election and another election 8 years later. And so the first one that we passed by 51%. 389 people made the difference. The second election passed by over 60-some%, in like the mid-60s. After we had our second election, the legislature took away the second election rule because they saw that was holding back on capital investment, because it's pretty hard to make a capital investment if you only have 8 years to pay it off. And once these properties were built, people saw the economic benefit. They were overwhelmingly supportive of them.
Lastly, Mr. Chairman, if I may, is we had a little hurricane down here in Georgia a couple of years ago, Hurricane Michael, that devastated some areas down in around Representative Houston's area, and it's unlike, of course, we lost peanuts and cotton and that kind of stuff, and you understand about the farm crops. We also lost crops that don't grow right away. It takes decades. Pecans was a big crop for us, and trees. It just seems to me that this would be a great opportunity if they allowed it down in this area for jobs, number one, and for the industry as well. And just a comment on a farm area, as you'll understand that turns into a different type of job opportunity.
It creates such an interesting atmosphere in a lot of the rural communities, because a lot of places don't have nice venues to have weddings and bring entertainment in, and the jobs are very important to keep the young folks home, and for sure, I think the rural setting is something they should definitely pay attention to.
And in the rural areas, you do have other entertainment besides gambling, correct?
Yes, there's definitely other entertainment. There's other restaurants. So, I like to tell folks, you don't eat at the same restaurant every night. I mean, we're not in to put anybody out of business. Our employees go out to eat. Our guests that come to visit from out of town go out to eat at other restaurants, and spread money throughout the community.
Thank you.
Mr. Martin.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Tell me, I know it's going to be for each state to decide this, but I see that you talk about your local nonprofit, getting a percentage of that. How did you decide who that was? Did you decide that? Was that decided for you? Was that done by referendum?
So when Governor Branstad first put the gaming thing in law, he said he wanted to have more community benefit, so he wanted everybody to partner with a local nonprofit. The local nonprofit, we helped them establish it in their county, just gave them some guidelines, and signed a contract with them, but they pretty much pick and choose who they want to be on the nonprofit. They found community leaders, representatives from in the community. So we had nothing to do with selecting the members or their bylaws. We did give some suggestions, and I'd like to share one of them. One of them up in Lyon County gives 25% of their revenue to the school districts on an equal basis. They give 25% of their revenue to each of the communities in the county based on population with a share to the county. And then they give 50% through a competitive grant process. So this is a county that's about 12,000 people receive $3.2 million a year for their schools and their fire departments, build community pools and things like that. So it's a pretty spectacular program. And I think, that's our view on gaming is gaming works well when it benefits the most people. That's why we bring local shareholders in. Our family usually owns about 50% of the company, and then we have 500 local shareholders that own the other 50%. And then you factor in the nonprofit piece, you factor in the tax dollars to the state. I mean, gaming in Iowa has been a great success. It's a good model.
Okay, then I'd like to drill that on. We'll get down to that a little bit more in detail, but that helps me. So you didn't necessarily pick a nonprofit that already exists. This was set up for the specific purpose to distribute additional tax revenues to places that it needed to go and were agreed upon by the stakeholders.
Yes, and they're licensed and regulated by the Racing Gaming Commission as well.
Okay, so they're not your nonprofit.
I should have realized when we started talking about tax rates for nonprofits that you were going to get plenty of questions. Dr. Al Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know, you're a wise man. But I was absolutely fascinated in 19 casinos. I was out there in 76 with the Peanut Brigade. We had to look for people and stumble over cows. Where in the world do you get the people from to do this gambling? and 23 million visitors. Where do they come from? Boston and California?
They come, we're on most of the casinos, a lot of the casinos are on the borders, so that helps. You have Omaha. We have the Quad Cities. We have Chicago nearby, from 3 hours away. But Minneapolis is not too far. I mean, it brings them in.
It does. What's the population of Iowa now?
3.1 million.
Yeah, we got about that many people in Henry County.
When I flew in here last night, no offense to my colleagues at Wynn, but I was thinking we put 19 in Atlanta.
Thank you, Al. 27. Who would that be down there? Mr. Saines. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looking at the population of the metro area of Riverside, Iowa, of 900 people, it seems like y'all do specialize in operating these resort destinations in a rural area. What kind of elements do you think is the primary difference of locating in a community that this has a much bigger impact per capita than other areas?
Well, I think we operate two in rural areas. Riverside, Iowa, you're right, 900 folks. The University of Iowa in Iowa City is 60,000 people, and it's about 15 minutes up the road. And then Cedar Rapids is 40 minutes up the road, second largest city in Iowa. So what that does is that brings the money out of the larger communities into the rural area and keeps the jobs local. We also have a casino resort on Interstate 80 in the Quad Cities, which is about 300,000 folks. There's three casinos in that marketplace. So it's a little different deal. Like, folks come to our rural casinos, they play golf, they have a weekend, they do a lot of different things. And the one that's in town is more of a upbeat kind of a rural thing, or urban thing, similar to what they're doing in the larger communities. We play a lot of music, music, entertainment, and great food. That's our mantra to our success.
Chairman Harrell.
Thank you. Appreciate y'all coming this far and for sharing your experience. Clearly, the demographics different in Iowa than Georgia, and the density and so forth. So and we've heard you shared with me the economic data on many of the things you do there, but what's the typical capital investment on one of and even you may be even familiar with other brands, in Iowa too for your properties?
So you have to spend the right amount of money for the market. Riverside, we spent $140 million back in 2004. Grand Falls, we spent $125 million in 2008. In the Rhythm City, we have about $160 million in that property. That was opened 3 years ago.
And two of the three of your properties are in conjunction with the golf courses?
Correct.
And then the third is the more city, more urban
Yes.
environment.
Right.
And so the more urban environment also has dining and other forms of entertainment associated with it?
Yeah, so we have Robert's Buffet, named after my father, who's in the buffet business. And then we also have Ruthie's Steak and Seafood, which happens to be my mother. So. We have music is a big thing of what we do. We have the Rhythm Room that we play music, live music every Friday, Saturday night for free. And then we have a large event center with hold 1,500 people, and we have concerts and trade shows and everything you can think of, weddings and whatnot in our event centers as well. But great food, great music, free music every weekend at our properties. Plus we have the concerts as well.
Thank you so much.
Very good. Chairman Stevens.
I forgot one. What is the total number of jobs associated in everything that you do, not out, including the gaming piece, within all of your statewide facilities? Have you got an idea?
8,800 jobs in the gaming industry alone. That's food and beverage, all the amenities, and the casino floors as well. And I will add that about 13% of our facility is gaming, and the rest is non-gaming. But back to the revenue numbers, I mean, the gaming is what makes it available for us to have entertainment and all these beautiful properties. So our gaming revenue is about 80% of our revenue.
So it's 8,800 jobs.
Correct.
Very good. Any further questions from any of the committee members? If not, I'm sure that that they'll be here shortly, and when we finish up, so you can ask other questions. We thank you very much.
Thank you for.
And then we have Ashley of MGM. He did say that, didn't he?
Has he been helpful? Has he been helpful?
No, he's getting mad.
one?
I'm not sure. I never used that, but I'll
Yep. All right.
Yeah.
Apologies, technology is not my strong suit. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for your time today. I realize we're the last people to talk to y'all between traffic or bourbon, or maybe both, hopefully not. With me is Jody Collins. She's Director of Global Development for MGM and flew down from Las Vegas. She works closely with Governor Sandoval and is going to be bringing us information about the regulatory environments that exist in the various jurisdictions where MGM does business. We first also would like to echo the remarks that Chris Gordon from WIN made earlier. It is the details and the regulations around gaming matter, and they'll drive the quality of the product that the state receives. Since Governor Sandoval is unable to join us today, but he will be here later this week, so if there are questions that Jody or I cannot answer, he'll be here to answer them later on Thursday. Jody?
Thank you, Ashley. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. As Ashley said, my name is Jody Collins, and I am the Director of Global Development at MGM Resorts International. So that's a very fancy way to describe. We look for new business opportunities, we identify them, and then we pursue them, both here domestically and internationally as well. Fortunately, as a part of my role, I have the pleasure of working closely with and learning from Governor Sandoval. And in his role currently as President of Global Development, he's responsible for driving our corporate efforts towards global expansion, as well as supporting our state public policy efforts. Governor Sandoval is a very unique combination of perspectives. Before joining MGM in 2019, he served as governor of Nevada for 8 years. In addition to his gubernatorial role, he also served as a U.S. District Court judge, attorney general, the state's youngest ever chairman of the Nevada Gaming Commission, and a state representative. While Governor Sandoval could not be here with us in Atlanta, I do have with me a letter addressed to this committee, and if I may, I would like to read from it before proceeding to our presentation about gaming regulatory environments. Chairman and members of the special committee, before joining MGM Resorts, I had the honor of being governor of one of the most famous tourism destinations in the United States and arguably in the world, Nevada. However, Las Vegas did not evolve into an international tourism destination overnight. It took concerted effort for the city and the state to reach its current position. When I think of the last decade of progress in Nevada, partnership between the state and private industry was the driving force. We built policy in support of shared goals. We worked together to build the infrastructure needed to achieve those shared goals, whether those goals were a new professional stadium or a STEM workforce development program. From welcoming advancements in the long-standing gaming industry to preparing residents for employment at the new Tesla Gigafactory, every stakeholder worked together diligently because not one of us could be successful without the support of the other. As this committee considers new economic opportunities for Georgia, in particular destination casino resorts, I encourage you to consider your objectives, what you hope to accomplish by welcoming a new industry into your state, and then to consider what does Georgia need in order to achieve those objectives. From there, I encourage you to embrace partnership, especially partnership with the organizations that share your objectives and your values. Because when successful, these foundational partnerships will evolve into a shared, ongoing pursuit of excellence and innovation. Thank you. Sincerely, Governor Brian Sandoval. So from there, we have prepared kind of a introductory presentation to gaming regulatory environments. And as Ashley mentioned, these are these chosen environments are ones in which MGM does operate, but they also have unique aspects for consideration. So before beginning, just to give you a very quick lay of the land, looking at it from a national perspective, this map was actually created by the American Gaming Association, so I cannot take credit for it in any way, though I wish I could. So in the United States, all but 2 states, Hawaii and Utah, offer some form of legalized gambling. And when the AGA defines legalized gambling, they do also include the lottery. So those 5 remaining unmarked do offer lotteries, including Georgia, and some of them are beginning to now offer sports wagering, such as Tennessee. So if you'll take a look, it's quite a big picture. Each of these jurisdictions do have their own regulatory environments. Many of those regulatory environments are influenced by the personality of the state and the opinion that they held of gaming when they legalized the industry. So while that does seem like a lot to navigate, many of the gaming companies you will hear from over the next 3 days do successfully operate in multiple jurisdictions simultaneously. So this is MGM's domestic footprint. As you can tell, we are operating in some very different environments across the United States. And one of the ways in which gaming operators can achieve this simultaneous compliance is by very strict internal controls. So we maintain very rigorous compliance procedures and processes so that we are not in violation at any point. And this is particularly relevant. So for example, your behavior in New Jersey or in Macau, China, could actually be subject to investigation by Nevada. And based on Nevada's findings, you could be penalized or even lose your license based on activities that occurred outside of the jurisdiction. So despite the differences, there are some shared general characteristics. They're commonly made up of 3 to 7 members. Depending on the environment, they're either fully appointed by the governor or some combination thereof of different stakeholders. They are most commonly solely responsible for the gaming operations within the state, but there are some markets where the structure is compressed and you'll see horse racing, lottery, gaming, all kind of managed within the same infrastructure. And generally speaking, the Gaming Regulatory Authority is the final say in licensing matters. They really are the kind of driving force behind maintaining the integrity of the gaming industry. And most notably, they're not funded by taxpayers. There's usually some sort of segregated funding mechanism put into place. And in order to be able to achieve such a large list of responsibilities, they do have operational divisions. Each state will group them differently, but they're most commonly grouped as you see here on the slide. Administration, enforcement, audit, tax and license, investigation, and technology. So for clarification, technology is if a slot manufacturer introduces a new game, the regulatory authority verifies that it's in compliance. So I thought most fitting we would start with Nevada, which is, according to many, the first regulated gaming environment. So it's no surprise that the regulatory authority was created as a way to remove the undesirable influences that were present in the state. But in addition to doing that, the state also recognized the value that the industry was already providing. So when they were removing the undesirable influences, they were also bearing in mind the end goal. So here on the left, you will see an outline structure of what the Nevada regulatory structure looks like. It all falls under the governor, and the Gaming Policy Committee is something we'll address in the next slide, but the Nevada Gaming Control Board is kind of the principal holding body for much of the day-to-day operations in gaming. So the Nevada Gaming Control Board is 3 full-time members appointed by the governor, and they regulate all aspects of the gaming industry. So as you can see, the operational divisions fall under the Gaming Control Board. And for context, there's about 400 people working for the Gaming Control Board in Nevada. The Nevada Gaming Commission is a 5-member part-time entity. Those 2 are appointed by the governor, and they implement policies and adopt regulations as directed by the Nevada Gaming Control Board. For the Nevada Gaming Policy Committee, this is something that is incredibly crucial to Nevada's ability to remain relevant in the industry and remain innovative. So it has existed for the last several decades, but it really was convened most frequently under Governor Sandoval. And what it is a 12-person committee comprised of members from all stakeholder groups. And this does include the casino gaming entities themselves. And it's an environment that encourages discussion and study. So this policy committee is charged with exploring new opportunities for the industry, or even how to overcome challenges that have emerged so that when it is appropriate, they can recommend findings. and then it's at the discretion of the state and the commission and control board as to whether or not those findings are adopted. So in particular, this entity over the last several years has discussed esports, they have discussed skill-based gaming, and they also discussed the intersection of casino gaming and marijuana. So moving from the oldest to the newest, Massachusetts is one of the most recently created regulatory authorities. It was done so in 2011 with the passage of the Expanded Gambling Act, and it is similar to Nevada in some very key ways. They too prioritized partnership in the creation of the Gaming Commission. So the first part of this slide is actually available on the Gaming Commission's website, and it delineates their goals as an entity. So they're striving to create a fair, transparent, and participatory process. And they actually go into greater detail with these 3 points. One of them is very interesting because it says, and I quote, "Allow an appropriate return on investment for gaming providers that assures resorts of the highest quality." So from the very get-go, they had a very clearly defined set of things to accomplish. The Massachusetts Gaming Commission differs from Nevada in the sense that it's a more compressed form with 5 members who are appointed collaboratively. So 1 member is appointed by the governor, 1 by the attorney general, 1 by the treasurer, and the final 2 are chosen by a majority vote of those 3 individuals. It's a bipartisan committee. No more than 3 members may be of the same political party. And very interestingly, in the enabling legislation, they were very specific about what this body should be. They actually delineated the professional backgrounds that they would prefer for the individuals to have to serve on the Gaming Commission. And this entity was responsible for managing the competitive RFP process and for selecting the recipients of the licenses. They too have operational divisions, and I've laid them out here for you. They're quite robust. So they have about 200 people working for them, which is very thorough. If you'll notice on the 4th point, they do have the division of racing that reports up to them. Racing was an existing industry in Massachusetts, and when they built the new regulatory environment, they decided to group the entities together. These 2, 5, and 6 are very key to maintaining the integrity of the industry in the long run. Number 5 is the division of licensing. So for an individual to do business with, or in some cases even work for, the casino, they are subject to background investigations to determine whether or not they are suitable for association. So for example, the employees who are subject to licensing are those who are key decision makers. So your CFOs, your property presidents, individuals of those nature. For the others, it would be gaming employees, your director of slot operations, your individuals directly interacting with the casino or with the financial components of the operation. Then for the 6th, Investigations and Enforcement Bureau, or referred to as IEB. This is actually a law enforcement agency tasked with ensuring the integrity of gaming in Massachusetts. So the Massachusetts Gaming Commission has investigative and enforcement authority. So they are allowed to audit your records. They are allowed to launch a full investigation into whether or not you have violated the laws of Massachusetts or other applicable laws, and if they find you to be guilty, you are subject to penalties. Interestingly enough, there is a process for how you mitigate through penalties if you are found to have committed some sort of error. So for example, if there was some sort of incident of petty theft on a casino floor or in a resort, the operator would call the local state police. If there was an instance of cheating or tampering with a machine or something along those natures that specifically involved gaming, you would call the IEB. So on to Maryland, which is where we operate MGM National Harbor. This one is slightly different in the sense that they have chosen to condense the Maryland Lottery entity and the Gaming Control Agency. And that is a choice that the state of Maryland did make. There's 2 others that have chosen that as well. This advisory commission does differ in the sense that the gubernatorial appointments are subject to the advice and consent of the Maryland Senate. So it's not as unilateral of an appointment as seen in some other jurisdictions. This agency maintains all of the same responsibilities and authorities that we see across the board, but interestingly enough, instead of the agency choosing the licenses, or the licensees, pardon, they actually established a third-party entity, the Video Lottery Facility Commission, which was formed specifically to manage the competitive bidding process. Once those licenses were awarded, the commission was disbanded, and it kind of resumed back to the control agency's authority. One notable element of Maryland that they do very well is an active dialogue, an ongoing active dialogue about regulatory reform and improvement. So every year, the Maryland Lottery and Gaming Control Agency holds an open comment period during which licensees are allowed to submit concerns, opportunities, or questions, and then the agency can decide upon which ones they should act or can act. Most recently, 10 were submitted and 7 they decided to act upon. So it's turned into quite a productive process for making sure that the day-to-day operations actually do match the intentions of legalization and the intentions of the control agency. So Mississippi, which is right next door, MGM is the proud operator of the Beau Rivage, and Mississippi does follow the Nevada structure more closely, just based on when Mississippi was legalized. It's 3 members appointed by the governor for 4 years in staggered terms, but the most interesting component of this appointment structure is that 1 member must be a resident of a county, having lived in that county for 5 years, and then that county then going on to authorize gaming. So it means that there's a directly impacted voice participating on the Gaming Commission. So it's someone who's seeing everything happen directly in their hometown. And as far as I'm aware, this is distinctly unique to the Mississippi Gaming Commission. So there are other regulatory implications for this industry. We are considered a financial institution, which means that many of the laws and regulations that apply to banks also apply to casino resorts. There are several notable ones, and one of them, which you will hear quite frequently, we are subject to investigation by the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, FinCEN, and they are a bureau of the U.S. Department of Treasury. So their whole goal is to protect the financial well-being of America's institutions. So they really focus on anti-money laundering and combating dark money, I guess is the way you could refer to it. And they will investigate if they feel that you as an operator have violated one of the applicable acts, but they will also investigate if they feel that you as an entity have not done enough to prevent activities from happening. So you can actually be subject to a fine by FinCEN if you do not have sufficient anti-money laundering controls in place. So it's a dual part where they both will search out mistakes made, whether intentionally or intentionally, but they also do quite a lot to maintain ongoing integrity of operations. 2 of the most notable specific acts that we as gaming operators are very, very mindful of is the Currency and Foreign Transactions Reporting Act, otherwise known as the Bank Secrecy Act, and then the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. So in addition to maintaining individual compliance with each jurisdiction, we are also charged with maintaining compliance at the federal level as well as at the international level, depending on where your operations sit. So when I first referenced having intensive internal controls in place, it's truly it is truly a safeguarded process, and it trickles all the way down to the individual employees being trained on what their responsibilities are in the process. So moving forward, just some final thoughts, kind of based on what we've seen in some of the other regulatory environments and things that we think would be of consideration for this body as you think about what a regulatory environment in Georgia should or could look like. We do suggest you remain mindful of setting a guiding objective for the regulatory structure. And this point is applicable at large to the whole legalization of the industry and the introduction of the industry. There should be a guiding policy objective that trickles down into even the logistics of setting the regulatory authority. We encourage allowing for flexibility and innovation. It's very easy in such a technology-driven space to become antiquated or outdated without even realizing it. And allowing for flexibility and innovation allows for your industry to remain current and to remain attractive and competitive to other markets. We will always support the fostering of partnership and the collaboration with gaming operators. In some of our most successful states, we see each other as partners, and we recognize there are the regulators and the regulated, but we do all ultimately share the same policy objective, the same guiding principle. And these are a little bit more logistical, but we do recommend granting investigative and enforcement authority to the regulatory structure so that whatever ultimately is decided can be an effective body, can hold operators accountable, can maintain integrity of operations, and do so independently of other enforcement agencies if needed. And then we do recommend selecting diverse perspectives and backgrounds in the appointees. They always say that diversity is one of the best things to have in any sort of circumstance, and that same principle stands for your regulatory environment. It could be professional backgrounds where one individual is well-versed in law enforcement and another in corporate finance, but it could also be having an individual from a local community who can provide a lived perspective as opposed to a studied or theoretical perspective. And with that, I'm more than happy to answer any questions, and hopefully we can get out before the traffic gets too bad. Did we?
All right, Mr. Martin.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Question, just, I know you're giving us examples as the other speakers have about how it's been set up and how it is, and I know it would be up to us if we get to that point. And if you said this, I didn't catch it. But on the regulatory bodies, these are appointed by the governor. They may or may not be confirmed by him. But do they serve their term? Once they're appointed and put into office, do they serve their 5-year term or whatever their term is? Or do they serve at the pleasure of the governor? Because I think that's important. I would think that they serve their term no matter what, unless they could be removed for cause. Is that how are you set up in your state, and how? I assume that's how you would recommend it to be set up, but.
So it does depend. It's state by state. Some are serving at the discretion of the governor, and some are full-term appointees, as long as there's no
for cause
for
removal.
cause. We operate in both sets of states. I would recommend stability in your regulatory environment, as was described by the gentleman from Elite Gaming. Or from Elite Casinos, pardon. Stability, especially in the regulatory environment, helps encourage investment, consistency, and can avoid possibly infringing on the independent nature of the body. So those would be my recommendations, is to maintain an independent nature of your regulatory authority, and then to encourage stability.
And just a follow-up, a question that, if I may, Mr. Chairman, I guess, there's always due process in our court system, but given this is a license, the regulatory authority can have a bit more invasive look in, because I mean, if you don't want to play, you don't have to play. If you choose to play, you play by the rules. So is that what you're speaking of when you're talking about giving them full investigatory authority toward doing that they can go and create their own investigation as they see fit?
You can be subpoenaed by a gaming commission in most markets. So if I point kind of your attention to the Nevada Gaming Control Board and the Nevada Gaming Commission, the Nevada Gaming Control Board will act as the prosecutor in an investigation. And then it's up to the Nevada Gaming Commission to act as the judicial entity and to hold final authority over your license and any sort of reprimands. So we do, that dynamic exists. Sometimes if that two-body system is not in place, the commission will still act in a more prosecutorial role, but refer it to an existing court system.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, questions? Any committee members? My gracious. Jody, I want to thank you so very much for taking time to come over.
Pleasure. It was my pleasure, Chairman.
Just sort of dovetailed into everything else we've heard today, and then we'll carry on tomorrow with that. So, all right, do we have any questions or any comments from any of the committee members? Quite frankly, we've actually been on time today. I mean, everything has moved rather. Well, you don't compliment me because I'm not usually used to things running on time. All right, any questions from any of the committee members? Everybody know what time we reconvene tomorrow morning? 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. And I want to thank the committee members for being here. I want to thank all the presenters today for the outstanding job that they've done. I want to thank all the people in attendance today that has a curiosity into this issue to see if it's to the betterment of this state.
Lunch will be served tomorrow.
Beg your pardon?
Lunch will be served tomorrow.
And for the committee members, we'll be having lunch in my office.
Yep.
No, 514.
Oh, in 514. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Question, Jan, do we need to leave our folders here? Because it,